namna tunaweza kupata fedha kutoka kwenye mfuko. Tulizindua mwaka jana mapendekezo mbalimbali ya miradi. Tulipata mapendekezo mengi kuhusiana na mifuko ya dhamana na tunatarajia kuiandaa mifuko hiyo, na hoja ya msingi ni uwekezaji katika nishati jadidifu, na tunafurahi kuwa sehemu ya kuchangia katika mifuko hii ya fedha za dhamana. Tunatumaini kwamba tutaweza kusaidia upatikanaji wa mitaji kwa ajili ya uwekezaji kutekeleza mipango hii. Bwana B. Skite, kuhusiana na
reliable, affordable, clean energy.
Nishati ya kuaminika, safi ya kupikia ipo kwenye mipango ya maendeleo endelevu, na bahati mbaya kwamba miradi hii ya nishati haijapangiliwa vizuri, na hasa miradi ya nishati safi ya kupikia. Tunatakiwa kuwa na mipango ya kimataifa ya usambazaji wa umeme. Tunatakiwa kujielekeza zaidi katika nishati safi ya kupikia. Inahitaji msaada zaidi, na hili linapaswa kuwa kutekelezwa kwa ziada zaidi ya mipango yetu tunayofanya sasa. Jambo ambalo nataka kulisema ni kwamba tunatakiwa kutenganisha mipango hii na kuimarisha ushirikiano, na ili tuweze kupata mafanikio. Tumekuwa na mkutano muhimu kule mwisho wa mwezi Februari kule Afrika Kusini kujaribu kuangalia fursa kwenye taasisi za kifedha, na nadhani sote tumedhamiria kuhakikisha kwamba tunapunguza gharama za miamala na fedha, na jambo la mwisho ni kubadilisha mitazamo yetu, sio katika ukumbi huu, lakini hicho baini kwamba mamilioni ya wanawake wa Kiafrika wamekuwa wakikabiliana na changamoto ya nishati na safi ya kupikia. Kwa tunaweza tukakabiliana na tatizo hilo kwa kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa na minyororo mizuri ya usambazaji wa nishati. Asante sana. Kuhusu majukwaa ya kimataifa, naamini katika majukwaa ya kitaifa, na hii ni njia mojawapo ya kutekeleza ajenda 300 kama ambavyo tumeshaeleza, na kupendekeza kuhusu ushirikiano wa kinishati kama nilivyo. Napenda kutaja Afrika Kusini kwa sababu tumefanya mengi kuhusiana na hilo, na tunahitaji kuwa na uratibu kwa taasisi zile zinazotoa fedha. Lakini la pili ni kwamba Afrika Kusini imekuwa kichocheo cha kufanikisha hili. Lakini jambo la tatu, tumekuwa na muunganiko kati ya mikopo nafuu, lakini kuwa na mipango mbalimbali ya upatikanaji wa fedha. Lakini jambo la nne ni kama kitovu cha mafanikio ya upatikanaji huu wa umeme kama sera inavyoeleza, Afrika Kusini imekuwa tayari kutoa mafunzo kuhusu sheria za masuala ya nishati kwa wasambazaji wote wa umeme, na hii inafungua fursa ya masoko kwa washirika wengine. Na hoja ya mwisho ni kwamba tunatakiwa kuwa na uvumilivu wa kutosha. Miaka 2 iliyopita tulivyobaini kwamba Afrika Kusini itapata mafanikio, tumekuja kushuhudia kwamba kumekuwepo na mafanikio makubwa kutokana na uongozi mkubwa wa Ramaphosa kwa sababu ya kushughulikia masuala ya kisheria, na hayo yote yalipitishwa bungeni siku chache kabla ya uchaguzi, na katika nchi yetu hilo lisingeweza kufanyika, lakini kwa Afrika Kusini waliweza. Kwa bahati mbaya tunatakiwa kuhitimisha jopo letu kwa sababu ya muda, na washukuruni sana kwa michango yenu yenye tija na muhimu, na shukuruni sana kwa kutueleza uzoefu wenu. Na hivyo kwa sasa ningependa kumkaribisha Uchan ambaye ni afisa mtendaji mkuu wa shirika kimataifa la nishati kwa ajili ya neno la kufunga. Asante sana. Habari za mchana. Kwanza kabisa napenda kuishukuru serikali ya Tanzania kwa kuwa mwenyeji wa mkutano huu pamoja na washirika wote waliowezesha mkutano huu. Lakini kwa namna pekee napenda kuwashukuru wanajopo, wazungumzaji, wasimamizi wa majadiliano yetu kwa majadiliano muhimu na yenye tija. Mkutano huu na majadiliano haya yamekuwa yenye tija na muhimu sana. Lakini napenda nieleze hoja moja muhimu. baadhi yenu mnafahamu kwamba ninatoka katika taasisi za mabenki ya kimataifa na wengi mnalifahamu hilo, lakini tumefanya mambo mengi kama washirika wa kimaendeleo, lakini hata hivyo hatujafanya kiasi cha kutosha. Je, tunaweza kujivunia kwamba tumeshinda vita dhidi ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi na uhaba wa nishati? Lakini kwa bahati mbaya tumejikuta kwamba tuko nyuma ya wakati. Kwa nilivyokutana na asasi hii ya ushirikiano wa kimataifa wa nishati, tunahitaji mabadiliko makubwa katika sekta zote, asasi za huduma za kibinadamu, taasisi za benki za kimataifa. Kwa sasa hoja ya msingi ni ushirikiano kati ya sekta ya umma na sekta binafsi, na tunatakiwa tujielekeze katika mfumo unavyoweza kufanya kazi kwa tija. Napenda kukumbuka maneno ya katibu wetu kwamba tunahitaji kwenda kwa pamoja ili tuende mbali zaidi. Kwa hiyo washirika wote wa huduma za kibinadamu, taasisi zote, tunatakiwa kukutana pamoja ili tuweze kusaidia washirika wa kimaendeleo waweze kufanya zaidi na kwa ubora zaidi. Napenda kumshukuru kila mmoja, hasa wale waliotenga muda wao na nafasi zao katika kuandaa mkutano huu. Na tumaini tutaendelea kufanya kazi zaidi, na tumekuwa kwa muda mrefu tumekuwa tukiangalia dola milioni 6, na sasa tunaongelea mabilioni ya dola. Kwa tunahitaji kuendelea kufanya kazi kwa pamoja, na mwishoni tunatakiwa tujielekeze zaidi katika kupata msaada ya kitaalamu zaidi ili kuhakikisha kwamba fedha hizi zinazoweza kupatikana zikatumika vizuri na zikaleta tija na matokeo mazuri kwa miradi tutakayokuwa nayo. Asanteni sana.
Waji wa TBC1 bado naendelea kushuhudia matangazo ya moja kwa moja ya mkutano wa nishati Afrika. Tumsikilize mshereheshaji kwanza.
Na kama ambavyo wanahama kwenye jukwaa letu sasa, naomba sasa tukaribishe kundi la mwisho kabla tujaenda mapumziko ya chakula. Mabibi na mabwana, kumekwepo na mtiririko wa majadiliano kwa asasi za kiraia. Tunaomba niwakaribishe sasa washirika kutoka asasi za kiraia waweze kutueleza maono yao kwa upande wa asasi za kiraia. Naomba niwakaribishe jukwaani mkurugenzi wa haki rasilimali Bwana Adam Anthony. Karibu sana. Naomba tumpigie makofi Anthony, na baadaye kutakuwepo na Shelap Swai. Yeye ni mdau wa masuala ya nishati na amefanya kazi na shirika la Umoja Mataifa la FCC. Na karibu sana.
Watazamaji wa TBC1, kwa sasa ni meza ya majadiliano ya mwisho inayohusisha asasi za kiraia kuhusu nishati Afrika na mpango wa kufikisha umeme kwa Waafrika milioni 300 kati ya 600 ifikapo 2030.
Ni karibu 83% ya watu wa ulimwengu ambao hawajapata umeme, na tukijua kwamba pasipo kupata umeme au nishati ya kuaminika na ya bei nafuu, nchi zilizopo kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara, 60 ya maeneo yenye nishati ya jua yakipatikana hapa Afrika. Na hivyo kuna umuhimu wa kila sababu kuwekeza katika nishati inayoweza kupatikana kwa bei rahisi zaidi na ya uhakika kwa watu wetu ili kuleta maendeleo. Kwa tunatambua pia kazi ya Benki ya Dunia na Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika ambao wamekubali kujizatiti kuhakikisha watu zaidi ya milioni 300 wanatoka katika giza mpaka kufikia mwaka 2030. Na kwamba mkutano huu leo uko katika kuhakikisha kwamba unahamasisha utashi wa kisiasa na wa kifedha ili tuweze kuwasaidia watu wa bara la Afrika kuweza kupata nishati ili wapate fursa za kimaendeleo ya kiuchumi na ya kijamii. Na hivyo kwa kuwa tumekubali njozi ya 2060 ya Umoja wa Afrika ili kuweza kuvuna rasilimali za nishati hapa Afrika kwa namna rahisi na jadidifu na ambayo ni endelevu inayoheshimu mazingira, tukizingatia pia kwamba kuna ajenda ya 2030 ya maendeleo ya Umoja wa Afrika ambako mazingira ya kuishi ni imara, ni jadidi na ambako kuna uwezo wa kila mtu kufikia nishati. Pia tukikumbuka kwamba kuna goli namba 7 la magoli ya milenia ya maendeleo likitaka kuhakikisha kila mtu aweze kupata nishati ya kileo ya nishati ya kileo inayofikiwa kwa watu wote na ya gharama nafuu. Hivyo kwa sababu ya utangulizi huo, hayo yaliyojadiliwa na mjadala wa asasi za kiraia mwezi wa kwanza mwaka huu, sisi asasi za kiraia tumekubaliana kuchukua njia ifuatayo inayoweka watu mbele, ambayo haimwachi mtu yeyote nyuma na ambayo haiathiri maendeleo ya watu na sio tu ya sayari. Nitamkaribisha mwenzangu aweze kuendelea. Waheshimiwa mabibi na mabwana, wajumbe wa juhudi, kwa niaba ya asasi za kiraia za Afrika, pendekezo yetu ni haya yafuatayo. Moja, uwekezaji lazima uwe jumuishi na shirikishi. Lazima uweze kuhakikisha umeme kama inawezekana unafika maeneo yote na kanda zote na kwa namna ambayo ni endelevu na ya bei nafuu na ya kuaminika. Lakini pia tunaomba nchi za Afrika zitoe utashi wa kisiasa wa kuhakikisha watu milioni 300 wanafikiwa na umeme, lakini kuhakikisha kwamba tunatumia vyanzo safi na jadidifu vya nishati ya umeme. Ukiangalia ukubwa wa mkutano huu ni kwamba lazima kuwa kuna namna sahihi na thabiti ya asasi za kiraia na umma kushiriki katika kusimamia na kuangalia uendelevu na utekelezaji wa makubaliano ya mkutano huu. Zaidi kuhakikisha kwamba kuna uaminifu wa matumizi ya data katika nchi mahususi, kuonesha kwamba wanawake na vijana wana uwezo wa kufikia nishati, kuongeza nguvu katika uwazi na uwajibikaji katika kila nyanja ya ajenda 300, hasa katika utekelezaji wake, hasa katika wadau tofauti tofauti kushiriki katika kuangalia mwenendo wa ajenda hii. Tunapendekeza kwamba kwa kadiri inavyowezekana ajenda 300 na utekelezaji wake uongozwe na nchi za Afrika na uongozwe kwa malighafi zinazopatikana kutoka Afrika. Tunapendekeza kwamba mkakati huu uleteleze mabadiliko ya sera ambazo zinaleta mifumo imara na thabiti ya nishati ambayo itafanya kuwa kuna umeme nafuu kwa jamii zote, hasa kwa wanawake na vijana. Pia tunasema kwamba programu hii lazima iruhusu asasi za kiraia zishiriki haraka inavyowezekana na kumiliki mradi huu. Tunapendekeza kwamba ajenda 300 hasa kwa upande wa wataalamu wa kiufundi wa Afrika na hasa upande binafsi na asasi za kiraia wenye uzoefu wa kiufundi katika kushiriki na kuwahusisha wananchi. Tunapenda pia kusema katika kiini cha utekelezaji wa ajenda hii lazima kuwe kuna kutoa kipaumbele cha matumizi ya nishati jadidifu, nishati endelevu. Pia tunapendekeza kuwe kuna kanzidata ambayo itakuwa ikitoa sasisho za miradi na uwekezaji wake pamoja na ufadhili wake ili tuweze kupata mrejesho kutoka kwa wadau husika. Tunapendekeza kwa nguvu kabisa kwamba lazima ushiriki wa wanawake na vijana sio tu kutumia nishati katika kuwasha taa, lakini pia katika kilimo na shughuli nyingine za kiuchumi uongezewe nguvu. Kwa hiyo sisi tunachojitoa kama asasi za kiraia, tunawaambia wakuu wa nchi kwamba tutajizatiti kushiriki katika maendeleo endelevu yanayotoa nishati yenye bei nafuu kwa Waafrika. Tunampongeza sana Anthony pamoja na Madam Soi kwa kazi kubwa walioifanya katika kufanya hili wasilisho. Sasa tunapotaka kuelekea katika chakula chetu cha mchana, wakati huu ninataka kwanza kuwakumbusha waheshimiwa mawaziri wetu kwamba wataenda katika jopo upande wa Kilimanjaro floor ya pili ambako sisi wengine sasa tutaenda upande mwingine wa chakula cha mchana ambacho kitakuwa upande wa nje wa mkutano huu. Utakapotoka nje ya ukumbi huu utaweza kufika upande na kwenda mkono wa kulia ambako utakuta mabawabu watakao kuongoza wapi chakula kitakuwa kinapatikana. Na cha muhimu ni kwamba baada ya chakula cha mchana tutaweza kurudi hapa, na katika huu ukumbi mkubwa kutakuwa kuna washiriki watakao kuja kujadili mambo kadhaa wa kadha saa 8:30, na hii inatupa dakika 40 za kuweza kupata chakula cha mchana. Kwa nataka niwakumbushe kwamba saa 8:30 tutarudi katika ukumbi huu. Ukiachana na ukumbi huu tutakuwa tuna majadiliano ya nchi husika, zitakuwa katika mikutano tofauti tofauti ya vyumba vidogodogo ambako watu watakutana. Kutakuwa kuna vyumba 5 ambako watu watakutana huko wa nchi husika kwa ajili ya kufanya majadiliano na wadau. Na hapo tutaanza saa 8:20. Kwa hiyo tutaanza dakika 10 mapema kabla mkutano mkubwa wa chumba hiki. Na hivyo ukiwa unakuja kwenye hiki chumba kikubwa au mkutano ukumbi huu mkubwa tutakutana saa 8:30, lakini ukienda kwenye vyumba vya mgawanyiko tutakutana saa 8:20, dakika 10 mapema. Asanteni na tunawatakia mlo mwema wa mchana. Tukutane hapa tena saa 8:30. Asante.
Watazamaji wa TBC1, mara hii ni wakati wa chakula cha mchana, ama Waswahili tunaita chamcha. Hawa unawaona hapo ni washiriki wa mkutano wa nishati katika bara la Afrika, mkutano ambao kesho tutashuhudia hapa marais 24 na wakwetu 25 jumla wakihudhuria katika mkutano huu mkubwa ambao unalenga kufikisha umeme kwa Waafrika milioni 300 ifikapo 2030, ambao ni nusu ya Waafrika milioni 600 ambao bado hawajafikiwa na umeme. Kulikuwa kuna mijadala mbalimbali tangu mapema hapa asubuhi yenye lengo la kuzungumzia sera bora madhubuti zilizoimarishwa zaidi ambazo zitawezesha Afrika kuifikia hiyo ndoto ifikapo 2030. Niko na mwenzangu hapa Maulid Kambaya. Tumeshuhudia mengi hapa tangu majira ya asubuhi saa 3 za asubuhi.
Ni kweli kabisa, lakini nikwambia kwamba idadi ya watu ambao walikuwa wameomba kushiriki katika mkutano huu ilikuwa ni watu wengi zaidi ya 3,000 ambao walikuwa wameomba kushiriki, lakini kutokana na ukubwa wa ukumbi ambao tuko nao kwa nusu na zaidi ya wengi wakawa hawajakubaliwa kushiriki kutokana na eneo hili kutokuwa vizuri. Lakini pia kwa wale ambao wameshindwa kuja kushiriki moja kwa moja hapa ndani, wanapata fursa ya kufuatilia matangazo haya mbashara kupitia TBC kwa maana TBC1, lakini pia na TBC zote kwa maana TBC Taifa, lakini pia katika mitandao yetu ya kijamii kote huko tuko mbashara. Lakini kubwa zaidi ambayo ilisisitizwa hapa ni swala zima la nishati. Kesho kuna yale maazimio ambayo yatawekwa na nchi karibu zaidi ya 10, lakini pia miongoni mwazo na Tanzania nayo ikiwemo, na Tanzania itashiriki kwa kuwa ni nchi ambayo imetajwa kuwa imefanya vizuri katika swala zima la nishati.
Katibu Mkuu Gerson Msigwa ametuambia ni nchi 14, Tanzania ikiwemo kwa tiketi ya mwenyeji. Kwa maana hiyo, na lakini ukitafuatilia midahali yote ambayo imefanyika hii leo, yote imesisitiza kwamba maazimio ni jambo moja, lakini kuwekwa kwa sera ambazo zitawezesha maazimio hayo kutekelezeka ni jambo la msingi, ambao pia imegusia swala zima la upatikanaji wa fedha, lakini pia upatikanaji wa miundombinu ya kusambaza hiyo nishati kufika katika maeneo mbalimbali ili kila mmoja aweze kuguswa na nishati hii. Bila shaka vile waligusia ushiriki wa sekta binafsi katika kufikia hiyo ndoto, lakini hapo umeona pia asasi za kiraia mchango wake katika kufikia hiyo ndoto, na katika hizo nchi 14 kila mmoja atapata fursa ya kujinadi na kuelezea mikakati yake ya kufikia hiyo ndoto. Maulidi sasa hivi wanakwenda kwenye chamcha, wakirejea hapa kutakuwa kuna vyumba mbalimbali vya mikutano. Ukumbi huu mkubwa wa Selu utakuwa unaendelea na mkutano hapa, lakini kutakuwa na mada mbalimbali ambazo ziko kwenye kumbi zingine za mikutano zilizopo hapa katika kituo cha kimataifa cha mikutano cha JNICC. Kwa hiyo wale washiriki watachagua nini ambacho wanataka kufuatilia, alafu wataenda kwenye mkutano ambao wanautaka. Ndicho ambacho kitaendelea hapa bila shaka mishare ya saa 8 na hivi.
Na kabla ya kurudisha matangazo studio, Mheshimiwa Daktari Situmbeko Musokotwane, waziri wa fedha mipango wa Zambia, yameweka wazi kabisa na kuwataka wawekezaji wa sekta binafsi wakawekeze katika sekta ya nishati katika taifa la Zambia, na amesema kwamba wakienda kule kuwekeza hakika hawatojuta.
Kabisa. Maulidi Kambaya, basi kwa sasa sisi hatuna la ziada, lakini tukuhakikishie kwamba timu hii unayoiona, unatusikia sisi na kutuona mara nyingine, lakini nyuma yetu wako watu wengi ambao wamepiga kambi hapa JNICC kuhakikisha unapata matangazo yetu mbashara kwa siku zote mbili. Kwa hiyo tukitoka kwenye chamcha tutakuja kuendelea. Tunakusii ukae jirani kabisa na televisheni yako na redio yako na kurasa zetu za mitandao ya kijamii kufuatilia. Mimi ni Ana Mwasioki kwa niaba ya wenzangu, tukwambie mchana mwema. Kwa sasa tutarejea hivi punde.
Kambaya kutoka hapo katika kituo cha mikutano cha kimataifa cha Julius Nyerere, ambapo mtazamaji ulikuwa ukifuatilia matangazo ya moja kwa moja ya mkutano wa nishati Afrika, ambapo hii leo ni zamu ya mawaziri wa nishati na fedha wa nchi mbalimbali za Afrika, na kesho ndio tamati ya mkutano huo ambapo ni maraisi watakuwepo siku hiyo ya kesho. Kwa sasa ni mapumziko mafupi, tutarejea hapo baadaye. Endelea kubaki na TBC1.
Naangalia la maiki. all of us to please take our seats. Thank you, President. Honorable Dr. Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy for the United Republic of Tanzania, and our guest of honor this morning. Everyone, let's put our hands together for the Deputy Prime Minister, our guest of honor this morning. Totally honored to have you with us, Honorable Minister present. May I also recognize the presence of Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group. Delighted to have you with us this morning. Guest of honor, allow me also to recognize the presence of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank. Let's give him a big round of applause as well. Excellency Ambassadors present, Chief Secretary of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Moses Kusiluka, delighted to have you with us. I would also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Zena Ahmed Said, Chief Secretary of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Permanent Secretaries present, Heads of Government Agencies present, all distinguished delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Okay, so the response is kazi iendelee. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Welcome to the Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit, which is hosted, and it's happening here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Today, distinguished delegates, is mainly ministerial and partnership day. Guest of honor, allow me now, without further ado, to invite Engineer Felchizim Mramba, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy of the United Republic of Tanzania, to give us the introductory remarks, to be followed by your opening statement. As it comes to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Engineer Felchizim Mramba. Karibu.
Good morning. Once again, good morning. Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko, the Deputy Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group, Dr. Rajiv Shah, President of Rockefeller Foundation, Honorable Ministers present today, Chief Secretaries of the United Republic of Tanzania and from Zanzibar, Permanent Secretaries present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcomed to Dar es Salaam. It is my great honor this morning to welcome you all to the African Ministerial Partnership Day, which is part of the Heads of State Summit on Energy. I hope all of you had a nice stay in Dar es Salaam, and we hope that we will continue enjoying your staying in Dar es Salaam. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this summit aims at advancing the objectives of Mission 300, a transformative initiative to connect 300 million Africans to reliable and sustainable electricity. and that is by the year 2030. Its goals include accelerating universal access to all, promoting clean energy, and particularly focusing on clean cooking energy. It's also going to discuss about the issues of climate change, addressing mobilization of investments for bridging energy financing gaps, and fostering collaboration amongst governments, private sector, development partners, and all other stakeholders in the sector in order to achieve the SDG 7 and set clear milestones for the accelerated implementation of energy infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, my duty today is to do introduction, but particularly to introduce the guest of honor this morning, who is the Deputy Prime Minister for Energy and Minister for Energy of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko, who is going to open our first day of the summit. Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko has been in charge of the energy portfolio in Tanzania as minister since 2023. His leadership has brought tremendous progress in all areas, including supply adequacy, improved power reliability, and improved rate of connectivity, to mention just a few. His emphasis on regional power connectivity and renewable energies has been unparalleled, and as a result, Tanzania is already connected to 4 out of 8 of our neighboring countries, while connectivity to the rest is at different stages. Ladies and gentlemen, let me not talk too much, but request you to join me now in welcoming the Deputy Prime Minister, who is also the Minister for Energy of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko, for the opening speech.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, heads of international organizations, members of diplomatic corps, may I also recognize Amina Mohammed, the Vice Deputy Secretary General, who is here with us, also Dr. Desina and Dr. Banga from the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1960s, Dar es Salaam used to host African patriots from many African countries who were fighting for their respective political independence. 6 decades later, in the spirit of lightening Africa, as envisioned in the African Agenda 2063 and the SDGs, today, Dar es Salaam is privileged to host delegates from Africa and beyond, attending yet another important summit, complementing Africa's desire to power the continent. After independence in the 1960s, African countries have made significant progress in generating and distributing electricity to their citizens. For instance, in Tanzania, during independence, we had only 21 megawatts. Today, we are talking about 3,160 megawatts. Despite this notable achievement in most African countries, disturbingly, the number of fellow Africans who lack access to electricity are estimated to be 571 million. It is against this backdrop this summit was convened with an ambitious but achievable target of increased electricity access at least 300 million people in Africa in the next 5 years. As such, let me express my gratitude to our co-organizer, the World Bank Group, African Development, the Rockefeller Foundation, Sustainable Energy for All, the Energy Global Alliance for People and Planet. We salute you all for your valuable support and collaboration that made this summit a reality. We also welcome all of you to Dar es Salaam and at this important event. Your presence and perspective and expertise are what will make this summit a success. I look forward to having enriching discussions with you as we work together to shape African energy future. There is no doubt that this summit will be a key milestone to a quest to achieve universal access to electricity. Ladies and gentlemen, in our capacities as ministers responsible for energy, heads of international financial institutions, experts, and civil society, will have an opportunity to discuss a number of issues during this summit. And again, our objective will be to see what priorities should we set for the policy, create solutions and commitments on how to implement the Mission 300 initiatives. To support the initiative, the National Compact developed by 12 pilot countries will be provided and will provide a framework for coordinated action to unlock additional investments from government, private sectors, development partners in our achieving our respective energy targets. Mission 300 will underscore our shared commitment and universal clean energy access, reducing carbon emissions and supporting livelihood. Together we can drive a more equitable and sustainable energy for future, and this summit will be part of the solution.
Na mkutano huu utakuwa ni sehemu ya ufumbuzi huo. Mabibi na mabwana, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania inaangalia mkutano huu kama kichocheo sera za nishati kwa ajili ya kufikia uendelevu wa nishati na uhifadhi wa mazingira, lakini pia ni kuongeza huduma za kisasa za nishati na kuongeza pia kiasi cha nishati jadidifu na usalama wa uzalishaji. Nataka niwajulishe kwamba mwishoni mwa mwaka huu uwezo wetu kama taifa utaongezeka kwenda kufikia megawati 4,000, na habari njema ni kwamba 61% ya uwezo huo itakuwa ikitoka kutoka vyanzo vya nishati safi na kuwanufaisha wakazi wa mjini na vijijini, na ambapo tumeifikia vijiji 12,000. Na pia katika mtangamano wa Afrika tumeunganisha mtandao na nchi kama vile Rwanda, Kenya, Burundi, Uganda, na tuna njia zingine ambazo zinaendelea kutengenezwa kwa ajili ya kuunganisha nchi yetu na Zanzibar. Tunafurahia mafanikio machache ambayo tuliyopata, lakini tunaendelea kwamba tunahitaji uwekezaji zaidi katika sekta ya nishati. Tunataka kukuza shughuli za kiuchumi hasa katika sekta ya viwanda, madini na mahoteli. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tuwe na uwekezaji wa kimkakati katika sekta ya nishati ili kuweza kuyafikia mahitaji yetu, ambapo ni kukua siku zote. Vile vile rais wetu Mheshimiwa Samia Suluhu Hassan amekuwa kinara katika kuongeza ufumbuzi kwa ajili ya nishati safi ya kupikia. Nishati hii ya kupikia lazima iwe ni sehemu ya mazungumzo yetu. Huo mpango ni sehemu ya mkakati wa Tanzania, ni mojawapo ya ahadi ambazo tutazitoa hapa, na tunahitaji washirika wengi ili tuweze kuharakisha matumizi ya nishati safi. Ni matumaini yangu na imani yangu kwamba mkutano wa leo utakuwa ni kichocheo katika kuyafikia malengo hayo, na huu ni wakati wa kutumia fursa zote za nishati katika bara letu na kuondoa upungufu wa nishati. Tutumie mkutano huu kuja na mikakati ambayo italenga kutekeleza malengo yetu ya nishati, ili na pia kuimarisha ushirika tunaohitaji kama bara. Siku za zamani zimepita ambapo umeme ulionekana kwamba ni bidhaa ya ziada, lakini sasa ni bidhaa ya msingi. Sasa baada ya mazungumzo haya, nawakaribisheni nyote na nawatakia majadiliano yenye manufaa, na nawashukuruni wote kwa kunisikiliza. Asanteni sana.
Can we give another...
Tumpige makofi Mheshimiwa Naibu Waziri Mkuu kwa hotuba yake ya ufunguzi. Asante sana kwa maelezo hayo mazuri kabisa. Mheshimiwa, naomba uniruhusu kwa mara nyingine tena kutambua uwepo wa Amina Mohamed, Naibu Katibu Mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa, na tafadhali tunaomba asimame. Asante sana kwa kuwepo nasi asubuhi ya leo, na pia kurejea narejea tena kuwakaribisha ni nyote mlioko hapa. Mgeni wa heshima wako wanaotuangalia kutoka maeneo yote nchini Tanzania na Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Tunawatambua hao wote wanaotufuatilia mbashara kabisa. Asubuhi leo tutakuwa na jopo la mawaziri wa nishati kwa ajili ya kujadiliana masuala ya sera yanayohitajika katika kuleta mageuzi kwenye sekta ya nishati. Tutatangaza uwekezaji mpya, lakini tutatoa ahadi mpya za kuendelea sekta ya nishati. Kabla hatujaendelea, naomba sisi sote tuone video fupi ambayo itaonyesha malengo ya ajenda 300 katika mkutano huu. Naomba sasa wahudumu watuonyeshe video inayoeleza malengo ya ajenda 300 ya mkutano huu wakuu wa nchi za Afrika kuhusu nishati.
businesses and industries. Hand in hand, let's invest to power Africa's future now. Welcome to the Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit, hosted by the United Republic of Tanzania.
Let us give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Guest of honor, I would now like to take a singular honor to introduce Ms. Marie-Angel Traore, the CEO of Media Advice Training, audiovisual producer and media trainer, all the way from Cote d'Ivoire. As she comes, please let's give a big round of applause. But I would also like to invite and introduce Nozimbo Shabalala, CEO of the Conversation Strategist and Global Moderator, all the way from South Africa, to take us for the remainder of the program. Let's give them another big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un réel plaisir, un bonheur de participer à ce sommet, dans ce sommet historique, dans cette ville historique qui est Dar es Salaam. Elle a surpassé même, je dirais, mes attentes, tant elle est vibrante, dynamique. Et d'ailleurs, je pense que vous avez tous pu remarquer qu'elle est en plein travaux, donc elle est en pleine
na nafikiri ni kazi kubwa imefanyika na ni furaha kubwa mimi kuwepo hapa pamoja nani. Kama mnavyofahamu mabibi na mabwana, tupo hapa tumekutana pamoja ili kwa malengo madhubuti ya kufikia lengo la ajenda 300, na ndio ni kwa dhamira zetu ya pamoja ambapo tutaweza kuyafikia malengo hayo mabibi na mabwana. Sasa ni kwenu na kwetu kuchukua dhamira hizo na ahadi hizo ili na kuzifuatilia wakati wa jukwaa hili. Kwa hiyo ni furaha yangu kufanya kazi pamoja na Zipo Shabalala. Nashukuru sana Marie-Angel na sana wageni walikuwa mabibi na mabwana. Naomba niseme habari za asubuhi. Asante sana kwa kutukaribisha asubuhi leo. Nashukuru sana kwa utambulisho wenu, na katika siku hizi mbili tutakwenda kufanya kazi kupitia programu muhimu ambapo tutawasikia viongozi mbalimbali ikiwemo watunga sera na viongozi wa kimataifa, asasi za kiraia, ili kuweza kubadilisha sekta ya nishati katika Afrika. Na malengo haya ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunatekeleza mikakati yetu ili tuweze kufikia ajenda 300, na tutakuwa na waongozaji wa kimataifa kwenye programu hii, na tunawaomba nyote muweze kuchangia na kutoa sauti yenu katika majadiliano haya. Kwa hiyo nafuraha kumkaribisha Zeni Asha ambaye atakuwepo hapa kama mwongozaji, lakini pia nimkaribisha wahusika kwenye jopo la majadiliano ya Dr. Akinume Adesina, rais wa Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika, Aje Banga, rais wa Benki ya Maendeleo wa Benki ya Dunia pia, lakini pia tuna Rajiv Shah ambaye ni rais wa taasisi ya Rockefeller. Tuwapigie makofi mengi wanajopo hawa.
Habari za asubuhi. Mimi naitwa Zen Asha, ni mwandishi wa habari kutoka CNN. Ni heshima kubwa sana kuwa hapa kwa sababu mimi ninaamini katika malengo ya ajenda 300 katika kuinua Waafrika wenzangu kutoka katika limbo la umaskini. Nataka nianze kwa kushukuru serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa kuleta mkutano huu pamoja, Benki ya Dunia, taasisi ya Rockefeller na Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika. Ajenda 300 na malengo yake ni ya muhimu kwa maana ya kushughulikia changamoto za nishati zinazopatikana katika bara la Afrika na kuwekeza katika aina sahihi za nishati na miundombinu ili kuweza kubadilisha maisha ya watu. Kwa ni vizuri kuanza sasa kwa kuweka mkazo katika changamoto tunazokutana nazo, kwa sababu tunazungumza kuhusu watu milioni 600 hapa Afrika ambao hawana uwezo wa kupata nishati. Hebu fikiria idadi hii ya watu milioni 600. Unapozungumzia idadi hii ya watu ambao hawana uwezo wa kupata nishati, unaona kuna changamoto za ukuaji wa uchumi, elimu, fursa. Kwa hiyo tunapozungumza kujibu mahitaji haya, sio kwamba tu kuna wajibu kwa upande wetu, lakini pia kuna fursa hapa za kuweza kufungua. Nataka nianze kwa kuzungumza na Ajay Banga ambaye ni rais wa Benki ya Dunia. Tunapoangalia malengo ya ajenda 300, ilianza mwaka jana, ipo sasa hivi katika hatua ya kupangwa na kuweka ubia na watu na uanzaji wa awali wa utekelezaji wa mradi huu. Je, nini kimefanikiwa mpaka wakati tangu mlipoanza mwaka jana? Azana, nataka kusema kwanza naishukuru serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, sio tu kwa kuwa wenyeji wetu, lakini kwa namna ambavyo wameweza kuhakikisha umeme unawafikia watu wengi. Kwa sehemu ndani ya muda mfupi wameweza kufanya kazi kubwa sana katika eneo hili, na hivyo wameweza kuweka kiwango cha juu cha watu wengine pia kuweza kukifikia. Kwa hiyo pongezi sana kwa serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Lengo nadhani la mkutano huu ni kuleta pamoja kazi ambayo tumeweza kuifanya miezi kadhaa iliyopita, ambako nchi 12 zimeweza kutengeneza makubaliano ya kinishati, ambako sasa tunaangalia namna gani kwanza tunaweza tukaelewa nini inahitajika ili kuhakikisha kwamba watu milioni 300 au watu milioni 600 ndio tunaotaka kuwafikia. Lakini kwa nini tusianze na namba ndogo? Ni goli linaweza kufanikiwa, lakini linahitaji kazi kubwa. Huko nyuma changamoto kubwa imekuwa kukosekana kwa mikono yote kuja pamoja ili kufanya jukumu hili. Na hapa hasa ni kwa sababu sera zinahitajika ili kuweza kufanya ili jambo liwe wazi na dhahiri, ili kwa mabenki ya biashara na sekta binafsi waweze kuweka fedha zao na waweze kupata matokeo yanayotabirika. Na tunapokuwa na muundo unaotabirika, basi tutakuwa tuna maamuzi sahihi, ambako mtu atasema kama kutakuwa na utabirikaji huo, watu wanaweza wakachukua fedha zao na kuweka kwingine. Kwa hiyo mpango huu tulionao unataka kuleta kutabirika katika upatikanaji wa ardhi, katika upatikanaji wa fedha na vitu vyote vinavyohitajika ili uwekezaji uweze kufanikiwa. Kwa hiyo ndio tunachokiita compact au makubaliano. Sehemu ya pili ni namna gani tunaweza kuelewa nini kinahitajika, sio tu kwa ajili ya kuzalisha umeme, lakini pia kuunganisha. Kwa mfano tunaweza tukachukua taasisi na asasi ili ziweze kutusaidia kujua nyumba zote zilizopo na kaya zote, na ili tuweze kujua je, ni rahisi kuweza kuunganisha katika gridi ya taifa au katika baadhi ya mazingira ni nafuu zaidi na haraka zaidi kuunganisha watu katika gridi ndogo ndogo na kwa kutumia pia miundo mingine kama vile nishati ya jua. Hiyo ni sehemu ya pili ya kazi kwenye kutengeneza miundombinu unganishi. Sehemu ya tatu ni tunapata wapi fedha, kwa sababu katika kugharamia miradi hii kwa niaba ya Benki ya Dunia na serikali na sekta binafsi, tumeleta pia IMF waje hapa ili waweze kusaidia serikali kutengeneza mfumo wa kifedha ambao utafanya sasa utoaji wa hizo huduma huo una faida na tija zaidi. Kwa hiyo kuna wabia hapa ambao wamejizatiti kweli kweli kuleta utabirikaji wa sera, kuhakikisha kuna miundo mbinu ambayo inaeleweka, lakini pia ufadhili wenye mashiko kwa ajili ya kufanikisha mradi huu. Sehemu ya mwisho ni kuangalia sasa masoko ya nishati ya kikanda. Nadhani Tanzania wamezungumzia kwamba wanaubia na nchi 4 ambako wanataka kuleta nchi ya 5 sasa. Hiki ni kitu ambacho tunakitaka bara zima la Afrika na ndicho kitu ambacho tunakifanya. Ajay, asante kwa kusema haya. Sasa nataka nikulete Rajiv hapa ili uweze kusema zaidi kile ambacho kimetoka kusemwa na Ajay. Hii sio mara ya kwanza tumeona mkutano mkubwa kama huu ambako tunakuwa na malengo makubwa sana. Huko nyuma mengi yameshindwa kufanikiwa kwa sababu ya sera ngumu na sheria, sekta binafsi ikiwa na hofu kuingia humo. Je, kinacholeta tofauti ni nini katika ajenda 300? Asante kwa uongozi wako na maneno yako ya ufunguzi. Nadhani naonesha heshima kubwa sana kwa uongozi wa Benki ya Dunia na Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika, na yote aliyofanyika katika kutuleta sisi hapa. Na uko sahihi kwamba lazima ulimwengu ujiulize, mkutano huu hapa Tanzania kweli una umuhimu? Je, utaweza kuleta matokeo na kitu ambacho kitaonekana kina matokeo kwa watu wengi? Kwa kweli katika wakati ambako siasa za ulimwengu huu zimeenda katika ule muundo wa kizalendo zaidi na kujiangalia wenyewe, mimi nina uhakika mkubwa sana kwenye kulijibu hilo swali ndio kwamba tutafanikiwa. Kuna sababu kubwa tatu. Ya kwanza ni kwamba sisi sote tunafahamu, kila mtu hapa anafahamu, ili tuweze kuwa na fursa yote ya kufanikiwa, jitihada hizi lazima ziongozwe kutoka Afrika katika kila hatua, na kwamba kwa kuwa zaidi ya dozen za viongozi wa nchi za Afrika wanakuja hapa katika mkutano huu na watatia sahihi makubaliano ambayo yanaonyesha mabadiliko ya kisera na kimiundombinu ambayo wanasema watayaweka katika nchi zao. Nadhani yameandaa kiunzi kwa ajili ya sekta binafsi kuona juu ya usahihi na utabirikaji wa sera, na nadhani hii ni mafanikio ya awali ya mwanzo na makubwa sana. Nadhani hata baada hapa tunaweza kuamua kwenda nyumbani. Hii ni sababu ya kwanza. Sababu ya pili nadhani ilitokea mwezi wa 5 kwamba Ajay na Kim wamekuja hapa, manake walizileta taasisi hizi kubwa mbili za kufadhili duniani, na wameonyesha kwamba kipaumbele chao kikubwa hapa Afrika ni kuwekeza katika nishati. Wameweka dola bilioni 3 ili kulifanikisha hili, na hii inafanya mradi huu fedha hii iweze kupatikana kwa ajili ya kufanya hili jambo liwezekane. Na hii inatupa sisi haki ya kuwa na imani kwamba kwa upande wa jangwa la kusini mwa Sahara basi mambo haya yatafanikiwa, ili tuweze kusaidia uwekezaji katika taasisi za umma. Hakuna nchi yoyote hapa kwetu imeweza kufikia umeme 100% kwa watu wote pasipo uwekezaji kutoka kwa umma. Na nadhani ni sababu ya pili inayoniambia kwamba tuna nafasi kubwa ya kufanikiwa. Ya tatu ni kile ambacho nimekisikia kutoka katika wawekezaji na wabia zaidi ya 200 kutoka katika sekta binafsi ambao wapo katika mkutano huu. Ubunifu, teknolojia, modeli za biashara na kuwa tayari kuchukua changamoto na uongozi uliopo katika sekta binafsi, nadhani ni kitu cha muhimu sana katika kufanikiwa kwa ajenda hii. Na niliwaambia jana kwamba lengo la mkutano huu ni kutengeneza mazingira ya kisera na ya kisiasa ambayo yanawezesha sekta binafsi iweze kung'aa na kushamiri. Na hivyo nadhani elementi hizi tatu zinatuleta pamoja katika mkutano huu mkubwa sana wa aina yake ambao unataka kutengeneza fursa, imani na kazi. Nadhani sisi wote tuliopo katika chumba hii katika mkutano huu tuna wajibu wa kuhakikisha mkutano huu unafanikiwa. Nimefurahishwa uliposema juu ya umuhimu wa kwamba uwe mkutano na utatuzi unaoongozwa na viongozi wa Afrika na Afrika yenyewe. Kesho tutakuwa na viongozi wa Afrika wakituongoza katika hii. Daktari Adesina, hebu tuongoze ni namna gani ni muhimu kwamba lazima Waafrika wenyewe waongoze jambo hili. Hebu tuambie namna gani Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika inafanya kazi na viongozi na wakuu wa nchi wa Afrika ili kuhakikisha mradi huu unafanikiwa. Asante sana Zen. Nadhani pia kutoka kwa Raj kama alivyosema, nataka kwanza niseme ninamshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa kukubali sisi kuwa hapa na yeye kuwa mwenyeji wetu. Na ninawashukuru ninyi nyote kwa kuwa hapa kutoka ulimwengu mzima ili muhakikishe kwamba Afrika ina umeme wa kujiendesha yenyewe. Mkiangalia maelezo tuliyotoa katika video, huu ni mradi wa msingi sana. Afrika inapoteza 3 mpaka 4 ya GDP yake kwa sababu ya kukosekana kwa umeme. Tuna watu zaidi ya milioni 6 ambao hawana umeme au nishati inayoaminika na ambayo ni nafuu na ambayo wote wanaweza kuifikia. Hili ni bara ambalo 83% ya watu bilioni 8 waliopo duniani wanatoka hapa, na hivyo Hili ni lengo la maendeleo namba 7. Tunachotaka kusema katika mkutano ni kwamba tunamhitaji kila mtu. Tunahitaji wakuu wa nchi na serikali, tunahitaji sekta binafsi, tunahitaji benki ya dunia, tunahitaji asasi za kiraia, wote tunatakiwa kufanya kazi kwa pamoja. Hatukai tu hapa kuwakilisha taasisi hizi kubwa za fedha, ni kuhusu wale ambao hawawezi kuwa hapa, ni kuhusu watu wenye biashara ndogo ndogo ambao wanajaribu kuweza kufikia nishati, biashara hizi ndogo ndogo waweze kuendesha chumi. Hao ndio watu tunaoongelea hapa, ni watu ambao hawawezi kufika na lazima tuweze kusikiliza na kuitikia mahitaji yao ili tuhakikishe kwamba mkutano huu ni mkutano ambao unaongozwa na vitendo thabiti.
We say, look, we can't do Mickey Mouse business. We can have a situation where Africa doesn't have enough electricity. And so we set up this unprecedented partnership to do it, which is called Mission 300. And we are not alone. Raj is here. He joined us to do that. We have UN Secretary General here. Daniel Lai is here. From Sustainable Energy for All. We have the Global Energy Partnership for People and for the Planet. We have UN Secretary General. We have my dear friends here, President of Islamic Development Bank, Jabbar, we have Linji Khan here. It's a partnership that will scale, that will transform. So for the heads of state that are going to be here, as you said in your question, what exactly are we going to do? First and foremost is their countries. So it's got to be country-led actions that actually shows that they are going to deliver electricity to their people. And secondly is that being their country, they have to increase the budget from their own fiscal budget to support infrastructure, power generation, power transmission, power distribution. They are the ones that are going to make sure that they fill the last mile connectivity there to make sure that people actually have access to electricity. Ajay was talking about the whole issue of reforms in his comment. Yes, the utilities have to be reformed. Lazima kuwa kuna marekebisho, lazima kuwa kuna kuboresha changamoto za kiufundi ambazo zilizopo. Lazima mfumo wa ugavi na ununuzi uwe wa ushindani na wa wazi zaidi. Lazima tuwe tuna mfumo sahihi wa gharama ndogo wa kuzalisha nishati. Kuna mchakato mzima hapa wa usambazaji wa umeme kikanda, sio tu kila nchi, lakini pia lazima tuwe tuna mifumo ya usambazaji ya kikanda ambayo inafanya kazi. Haya ni mambo ambayo lazima waweze kuyafanyia kazi. Cha pili tunachotegemea kutoka katika mkutano huu ni kwamba mradi huu wa nishati utasainiwa au utatiwa saini na nchi hizi 12 na tutaweza kufikia kwa mwanzo hapa watu milioni 140. Na sehemu ya pili ni kusema kwamba ni kutoa tamko la mkutano wa viongozi wa nchi za Afrika ambao wanajidhatiti kwamba wataweza kutimiza malengo haya. Kwa kama tunataka kutatua tatizo kubwa, sio kuhusu uwepo wa benki ya maendeleo ya Afrika au benki ya dunia au mtu mwingine yoyote. Tuna rais hapa wa Bayef ambaye yuko pamoja na sisi. Sio kuhusu kile ambacho tunapanga, ni namna gani tunafanya kazi pamoja. Kwa ni kuhusu kufanya kazi pamoja, kuunganisha mikono yetu na kuleta rasilimali zetu na kuwajibika. Kwa sababu mwisho wa hili jambo kama Raja alivyosema ni tofauti, sio tu kwa ajili mkutano, sio kwa ajili ya kuzungumza, sio kile ambacho tunachokisema hapa kinacholeta matokeo. Ni ule umeme katika megawati ambao tunautoa kwa ajili ya kuwafikia watu. Kwa nawashukuru nini nyote kwa kuwa hapa na kukubali kushirikiana na sisi hapa ili tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba Afrika inaendelea, kwa sababu hatuna uwezo wa kuendelea tukiwa gizani. Na sasa tumejizatiti kwa Afrika kuweza kutatua tatizo hili, na nadhani kwa pamoja tunaweza.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adesina. Ajay, as Dr. Adesina said, talk is cheap, right? This is an action-driven summit.
Na huu ni mkutano ambao tunalenga kupata matokeo. Nadhani ni matokeo gani tutayapata katika siku 2 zijazo kadri tutakapokamilisha mkutano wetu siku ya kesho. Nataka kuhitimisha kwamba tunaweza kuwa na maazimio haya, tunaweza tukarejea kwenye nchi zetu, lakini tunachohitaji kufanya ni kuhakikisha awamu ijayo kwa nchi zetu hizi, kuhakikisha kwamba makubaliano haya yana yanatekelezwa, kwa sababu haya sio maoni ambayo yanamjumuisha kila mtu, ni maazimio yanayotekelezwa kwa awamu. Tunatakiwa kuwa na mabadiliko ya kisera kwa awamu tofauti. Lakini jambo la pili ni kwamba watu wengi wapo hapa wamezungumzia kuhusu benki mbalimbali za kimataifa, lakini pia benki za kimaendeleo pamoja na benki za kibiashara ziko hapa. Tutakuwa na nafasi ya kusikiliza kuhusu mpango huu na kuhakikisha tunakuwa na maazimio na kuwasilisha hoja zetu kwamba kwa nini hii ni fursa muhimu kwetu, kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweza kuwa na mtandao mzuri kwa ajili ya nishati, kuweza kuleta nishati kama ajenda yetu, na hilo ndio wazo wetu muhimu. Lakini jambo jingine ni kwamba sekta binafsi itaweza kuaminika na kuweza kuamini kwamba hili ni jambo la muhimu. Benki ya Dunia itaweza kuleta dola kadhaa kwa ajili ya mradi huu kwa miaka kadhaa ijayo. Lakini hoja ya kuwa na mpango wa nishati wa pamoja ni sehemu ya zoezi hili, lakini kutakuwa na fedha nyingi zitakazotumika na kuhakikisha kwamba na kuwezesha kwamba mabadiliko haya ya kisera yanatekelezwa na serikali, na hivyo ndivyo tutakavyoweza kupata matokeo mazuri. Tutatakiwa kulipia matokeo mazuri yatakayokuwa yanatolewa. Tutakupa fedha ili kukuwezesha kutekeleza jambo fulani kama nchi inavyohitaji na kuhakikisha kwamba kuna kuwepo na mabadiliko ya kisera. Lakini pia IMF anaweza akasaidia kuziendeleza nchi hizi kwenye masuala ya kifedha. Tunawekeza fedha zetu kwenye mambo ambayo yanatija na yatakayotuletea faida. Kwa hiyo kwa siku hizi mbili ndiyo mambo tutakayoyaangazia zaidi. Tunajaribu kuangalia kwa nini tunafanya haya, la sivyo yote haya yatapotea. Tunatakiwa kuhakikisha kwamba tunabadilisha mawazo haya na kuwa halisia. Yote tunayofanya haya ni kwa sababu tuna idadi kubwa ya vijana, ya watu wengi wanaokuja baadaye, na watu hao na vijana hao wanahitaji ajira, na jukumu la muhimu sio tu kuondoa kwenye umaskini bali kujielekeza kwenye utu wao. Ni umaskini wetu ni uwezo wako mdogo wa kufikiri, na tunatakiwa kufikiria kuhusu ajira, na ili tuweze kutengeneza ajira nyingi tunahitaji umeme, na ukiwa na umeme unapata nguvu ya kutekeleza unachokifanya katika masuala ya elimu, afya, masuala ya kidigitali. Tunaongelea kuhusu ujenzi wa mifumo ya kidigitali ya Afrika, lakini tunahitaji simu katika maeneo mbalimbali. Yote haya yanahitaji nishati. Kwa mfano Starlink anaongelea kuhusu satellite, lakini yote haya yanahitaji umeme. Kama tunaweza kuwaunganisha watu milioni 300 kwa miaka ijayo, sio tu kwa masuala ya umeme lakini pia kwa masuala ya kidigitali, na hivyo tutaweza kubadilisha Afrika na kizazi kijacho. Na hoja ya muhimu kwa mkutano huu wa siku mbili ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunajielekeza kwenye maono hayo au kwenye dira hiyo. Sio kwamba tunatakiwa tu kuwekeza fedha kwa mipango hii yenye maneno matupu, tunatakiwa kuyatekeleza. Asante, na hiyo ni hoja ya muhimu sana. Sio tu swala la kuwa na nishati, tunatakiwa kuhakikisha kwamba nishati hizi zinaleta tija kwa maeneo mbalimbali, hasa kwa ajili ya ukuaji wa uchumi na uzalishaji wa ajira. Dr. Desina, naomba nikuulize, kwenye sekta binafsi kwamba tunahitaji fedha kutoka kwenye benki na kuwepo na tija kutokana na uwekezaji huu. Je, sekta binafsi inatarajia kunufaika na nini kuhusiana na miradi hii? Asante sana. Hapa kuna maofisa watendaji wakuu, kuna waandaji wa miradi wengi, kuna taasisi za kifedha ziko hapa. Kwa hiyo tunachotaka kufanikisha, kile tunachokifanya ni kuhakikisha ili sekta ya fedha iweze kufanikiwa, tunahitaji sekta binafsi. Kama utaweza kuwekeza katika sekta binafsi kwenye miradi ya gridi mbalimbali, tunahitaji kuyafikia maeneo ambayo bado hajafikiwa katika huduma. Kwa hiyo tunatajiwa kuwekeza kwenye umeme wa jua. Ni maeneo ambayo yanahitaji sana huduma hii. Kwa jambo la kwanza na la muhimu ni kwamba tunahitaji kuwa na mazingira ya usimamizi na udhibiti. kuhakisha kwamba kama kunakuwa na mifumo ya manunuzi, basi mifumo hii ya manunuzi lazima iwe ya gharama ndogo na iwe ya wazi zaidi na iwe ya ushindani. Lakini jambo la pili ni kwamba gharama na mtaji, tukiangalia kwamba gharama za mtaji ni kubwa zaidi kuliko sehemu nyingine zote za dunia. Kunakuwa na gharama kubwa ya kuyafanya haya, na hapa ndipo ambapo tunaweza tukachangia nguvu zetu, na sisi kwa pamoja tumekuwa tukilifanyia kazi. Kwa mfano, fedha hizi za miradi za mikopo nafuu, raja na kupongeza kuhusu hilo pamoja na timu yako kwa kulifikia hilo. Tuna mfuko pia wa maendeleo ya Afrika. Tunajaribu kuangalia dola milioni 5 kwa ajili ya kutuwezesha kufanya mambo mengi zaidi, lakini pia tunatakiwa kuangalia kupunguza hasara nyingi kwenye uwekezaji. Kwa mfano, kuna mikopo na dhamana ambavyo vyote vinatusaidia kusimamia yote. Kuna hati za kisheria na mikataba ya kutuwezesha hayo, lakini jambo la muhimu, tunafanya haya kwa ajili ya nani? Unaweza ukawekeza kwenye mifumo ya gridi, na napongeza Tanzania na Mheshimiwa Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan wamehakisha kwamba wameshafikisha 100% ya vijiji vyote Tanzania vimefikiwa na umeme, na hayo ni mafanikio makubwa. Na hapo mwishoni, jambo la muhimu ni kwamba kuunganisha vijiji na huduma za umeme ni jambo la muhimu. Kwa tunatakiwa kuhakikisha kwamba sasa tuwawezeshe makampuni haya kupata ruzuku. Tunatakiwa kuhakikisha kwamba kuna tozo, kuna makato, na hayo yote yanaweza kufanyika katika nchi nyingi, na hilo linaweza likajumuishwa katika yale tunaojaribu kuyafanya. Na mwishoni, tunapoongelea swala la sekta binafsi, ni kuhakikisha kwamba miradi hii tunayoibuni inavutia mabenki. Tumekuwa tukisaidia miradi ya miundombinu ya NEPAD, lakini pia tuna Africa 50, na nimekuwa mjumbe kwenye bodi ya Africa 50. Rockefeller Foundation na mashirika yote hayo wamekuwa wakisaidia kuandaa miradi inayoweza kuvutia benki kufadhili. Na jambo la mwisho kabisa ambalo nataka kusema kwamba shughuli zote za sekta binafsi zinazojielekeza kwenye sekta ya nishati zinategemea kwenye mambo makuu mawili. La kwanza, gharama za umeme zinaakisi gharama za usambazaji wa umeme, na ili waweze kurejesha fedha zao. Lakini jambo la pili, kuhakikisha kwamba upatikanaji wa mitaji kwa sekta binafsi isiwe ya muda mfupi. Wanahitaji mitaji ya muda mrefu ikiwa na riba ndogo ili waweze kufanya hiyo. Na jambo jingine ni muunganiko wa umeme kwa kupitia gridi ndogo, na sisi pamoja na Benki ya Dunia tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba kusaidia hawa wazalishaji binafsi wa umeme waweze kupata mitaji kwa ajili ya gridi ndogo na ambazo zinahitaji mitaji, na tutaweza kumsikiliza kaka yangu Mark Breta kuhusu mpango huo. Tunahitaji sekta binafsi, lakini sote tunafahamu kwamba tunaweza tukafanya zaidi. Lakini jambo jingine la mwisho ni kwamba niwahi kuzungumza na naibu mkurugenzi wa bajeti wa IMF. Tumekuwa na benki nyingi za kimataifa. Tuna benki nyingi kati ya Afrika na Marekani ambazo zimekuwa kushirikiana na Amina Mohamed. Tumefanya kazi pia na IMF katika kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa na haki maalumu kwa benki za kimataifa, kuhakikisha kwamba tunaongeza uwezo kwa mara 8 zaidi, kwa tuweze kutoa mitaji ya riba ndogo kwa muda mrefu kuweza kusaidia sekta binafsi. Nachoweza kusema ni kwamba sekta binafsi ni ya muhimu, inahitaji kuwezeshwa kupunguza hasara na kuwa na mifumo mizuri ya kisera kuweza kupata mitaji kwa ajili ya miradi yao. Dr. Sina ameongelea kuhusu sekta binafsi na kuhusu ruzuku na kuhusu ninyi Rockefeller Foundation. Ni kwa mitaji hii ya kibinadamu inaweza kuchochea ushiriki wa sekta binafsi. Labda nitaanza swali hili katika muktadha wa kimataifa wa masuala ya nishati. Kuna kuwepo na jitihada za pamoja na Rockefeller Foundation ni miongoni mwa makampuni hayo. Kuna mifuko kwa ajili ya uwekezaji kwa watoto na makundi mbalimbali. Tunahitaji kufanya kazi kwa pamoja. Jambo ambalo linaelezea umuhimu wa hili ni kwamba tunatakiwa kutambua kwamba hakuna mitaji ya kutosha ya kibinadamu kwa ajili. Jambo la muhimu kuhusu hili ni kwamba kama tunaweza tukasonga mbele kwa haraka, kama tunaweza tukakabiliana na hasara zilizopo, na kama tunaweza kufanya kwa ushirikiano. Lakini kwa vile Aja na Ken wako hapa, kati ya wao na Rockefeller Foundation tumeshatoa dola milioni 65, ingawa sio fedha nyingi, lakini zinawezesha kusaidia katika kufanya mambo kwa haraka, kushirikiana na Benki ya Dunia, Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika. Hasa la muhimu zaidi ni nchi zenyewe kuweza kujitokeza ili tuweze kusonga kwa haraka. Lakini ombi langu ni kwa washirika wengi ni kwamba katika mkutano huu kuna mashirika kama 8 au 10, tunaweza tukashirikiana pamoja katika kutekeleza makubaliano na mipango ambayo itasainiwa kesho, na kwa ajili ya kuwa na timu za pamoja za kuyatekeleza hayo, na tutaweza kuwa fanikio kama tutashirikiana. Kila mmoja anatakiwa kujielekeza na kuwa na nidhamu katika kuyatekeleza haya. Benki ya Dunia pamoja na Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika wanatakiwa kuwa wazi na kuwa tayari kujaribu kufanya mambo kwa njia tofauti na mpya ili kuweza kuruhusu sekta binafsi na kampuni binafsi kuweza kufanya haya. Nchi zenyewe zimekuwa zikifanya tofauti, kusaini mikataba hii katika ngazi ya wakuu wa nchi na kutengeneza majukwaa ili kuhakikisha kwamba maazimio haya yanapotekelezwa inatoa nafasi kwa washirika mbalimbali wa kibinadamu kuweza kuyaamini. Ni ngumu kuyatekeleza haya katika maeneo tofauti, lakini ni jambo la muhimu kwetu sisi kutambua kwamba tunafanya kazi mambo haya tofauti, lakini katika mazingira magumu. Lakini jambo la muhimu ni kujielekeza katika ukuaji wa uchumi wa Afrika, ukuaji wa uchumi wa vijana, na ambao ndio Afrika ya baadaye, na kuweza kuwa na ushirikiano wenye tija. Asante sana. Ajay, umemsikiliza Rajiv akiongelea kuhusu mitaji, hasa katika kujitosa kwenye masuala ya utafutaji wa mitaji, ambayo ni kuhakikisha kwamba ajenda hii ya 300 inaweza kutekelezeka. Ni jambo gani la muhimu kuhusiana na ushirikiano wa sekta tofauti, sekta binafsi, serikali, mashirika mbalimbali kama Rockefeller Foundation? Labda tunahitaji kuhakikisha kwamba maendeleo yanaanza na ajira zinatekelezwa. Je, tujaribu kuangalia kwamba matokeo mazuri ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunasimamia utu na kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa na serikali na jamii iliyo nzuri zaidi. Kuna mambo muhimu, ni kwamba jambo la kwanza ni kuhakikisha kwamba kuna kuwepo na msingi bora wa kuhakikisha mambo yanafanikiwa. Kwa upande wa sekta binafsi, Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika na Benki Kuu ya Dunia, aidha na mimi tumekuwa tukifanya kazi kwa pamoja kuzisaidia nchi kutengeneza miundo ya msingi, lakini jambo la muhimu ni kuhakikisha swala hilo linafanikiwa. La kwanza ni kuwa na utawala bora, lakini la pili ni na sera na kanuni za usimamizi na udhibiti kuwezesha sekta binafsi kutengeneza ajira. Ajira nyingi sasa hivi zinatengenezwa na kampuni ndogo na za kati, lakini sio kampuni kubwa. Kwa hizi kampuni ndogo na za kati zinatakiwa kuwezeshwa, na hili linahitaji kuwa na mazingira ya udhibiti na usimamizi ili kuwezesha ni pamoja na uzalishaji wa maarifa na utawala bora. Ili haya yote yaweze kufanya vizuri, tunatakiwa kutoa nafasi ya upatikanaji wa mitaji, na serikali haziwezi kutoa mitaji hiyo, na hiyo imekuwa ni changamoto kwa wote, na mitaji hiyo haiko kwenye benki za kimataifa. Suluhisho la muhimu ni kuhusisha sekta binafsi, kwa sababu ni mitaji yao, ni ubunifu wao, ni teknolojia yao, vyote hivyo vitawezesha haya kutekelezeka. Tunahitaji kushirikiana kwa pamoja. Tunatakiwa kuhakikisha kwamba Benki ya Dunia na serikali kushirikiana na mashirika haya ya kibinadamu kuweza kuziwezesha sekta binafsi. Tumeweza kuwa na mitaji yenye riba nafuu, lakini 30% ya mikopo hii na ya fedha hizo zinaenda kama ruzuku. Lakini jambo jingine ni kuwa na mikopo yenye riba ndogo au riba nafuu. Lakini pia jambo la muhimu ni kuangalia mashirika kama Rockefeller Foundation. Tunatakiwa tufike na kujitokeza mstari wa mbele kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba taasisi hizi na watu hawa wawe tayari kushirikiana. Alinipigia kabla ya mkutano ule wa spring. Kuna mwenzangu yuko pale ambaye anashughulika na masuala ya operation. Nilimuuliza ni watu gani wangapi wamenufaika na miradi yetu, unataka kufanya nini mwaka 2030. Alikuja akaniambia hili ndilo tunataka kufanya. Nikamwambia hili ni jambo la muhimu. wananiambia kwamba tulenge malengo ya 2050, na hii ni idadi kubwa na tuliweza kuzungumza na Rockefeller Foundation kwamba sasa 300 kufikia watu milioni 300 ni takwimu au ni tarakimu nzuri zaidi, na Rajib alishirikishwa na siku 4 kabla ya tangazo hilo nikawaeleza na mpango huu, na tuone namna gani mashirika ya kibinadamu yatatoa fedha na mimi nitatoa fedha kwa ajili ya huduma za kibinadamu. Kama tutakuwa na wakati, tungekuwa na wakati mgumu sana kama Raja asingeweza kujitolea kwenye mpango huu. Asante. Baada ya kusema haya yote, sio tu kwamba nataka niwashukuru Rockefeller Foundation. Tunahitaji wote kwa pamoja tufanye kazi pamoja. Tunaweza tukaanza na mtu mmoja, lakini mtu huyo anaweza kachochea mawazo hayo kwa watu wengine na kutengeneza ajira nyingi kwa vijana, ili wingi huu wa vijana kwa Afrika isiwe ni tatizo. Kama hatuwezi kunufaika na fursa hii ya wingi wa watu, itakuwa ni changamoto kubwa kwa viongozi wa Afrika kwenye mwongo mmoja ujao.
This idea that we're all in it together is an important one and a great one to
wazo hili ni la muhimu sana na tungependa tulihitimishe na imani na kati ya sekta binafsi na sekta ya umma. Hii ndio kutoa msingi wa mafanikio haya, na nataka utoe maoni yako ya mwisho. Asante sana Zenasha. Nitaka kulieleza swala moja ambalo tujalijadili hadi sasa, ambalo ni sehemu ya ajenda yetu, ni kupatikana wa nishati safi ya kupikia kwa wanawake. Sasa hivi tuna bilioni 1.5 ya wanawake Afrika hawana nishati safi ya kupikia. Wanawake hawa wanatembea na watoto na wamekuwa tunapoteza wanawake milioni 3,000 kila mwaka kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa nishati safi ya kupikia, na hilo hatukubaliani nalo. Nchi nyingi zinaweza zikaboresha hili. Kwa hiyo kwa sehemu kubwa tunajaribu kuhakikisha kwamba wanawake ndani ya Afrika wanapikia katika mazingira salama bila kuwa na moshi, na watoto wao hawalazimiki kufa kwa sababu ya mazingira machafu ya kupikia. Tunaye Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan, amekuwa kinara mkubwa kimataifa. Tulikutana naye Paris, alikutana na Rais Mkuu, tulikutana pamoja na taasisi ya nyuklia kimataifa kwamba tunahitaji kupata dola milioni 4 kwa mwaka kwa ajili ya nishati safi, na sisi tuna bilioni 2 kuhakikisha kwamba tunatoa nafasi ya nishati safi. Na hii ni kuhusu maisha yetu, ni kuhusu tunaepusha kukatwa kwa miti. Si kuhusu tu mabadiliko ya nishati. Wanawake wengi Afrika wamekuwa na mabadiliko mengi kwa ajili ya kuwawezesha kupika. Hapa tunaongelea kuhusu utu wao. Afrika tunatakiwa kuendelea kwa kuzingatia utu, kwa kuwezesha wanawake kupata suluhisho bora ya nishati safi ya kupikia. Napenda kumpongeza Rais wa Tanzania kuwa na mkakati wa kitaifa wa nishati safi ya kupikia. Nchi zote Tanzania inatakiwa kuahidi kwamba kutakuwepo na nishati safi ya kupikia 2030. Nigeria inaahidi hivyo na Ghana inaahidi hivyo, na hiyo tutaweza kufanikiwa. Kwa ajili ya kuhitimisha, tafadhali, Raja ameongelea yote ya muhimu. Sisi sote hapa watatu tunawakilisha matumaini na matarajio ya bara letu. Unganeni nasi kwenye kampuni binafsi pande mbalimbali za nchi ili tuweze kufanya haya kwa pamoja. Na tarakimu ambazo Aje amekuwa akiongelea kwamba tulianza na milioni 200, milioni 250 hadi milioni 300. Hawa watu hawa milioni 300 tunayo mwelekeo wa wazi na bayana kabisa kuona ni kitu kitatokea hapo baadaye. Ni kuhakikisha kwamba sisi sote tunawajibika na sote tunakuwa kwenye mfumo huo wa wajibikaji katika mpango huu, ambapo kila nchi itatakiwa kuwa na mfumo wa tathmini na ufuatiliaji kuwa na viashiria vya mafanikio ya nishati kwa ajili ya kupima mafanikio ya nchi katika kutekeleza mpango huo. Ni swala la uwajibikaji, uwazi, utekelezaji na kuhakikisha kwamba Afrika inaendelea. Umeongelea kuhusu ajira na aje yuko sahihi. Kuhusu uhamiaji ningependa niliongelea hili. DSG yuko hapa, linaguswa sana na swala hili la uhamiaji. Kwa nini tunaongelea kwamba Afrika kuna wahamiaji? Hata wadudu wanahama kutoka sehemu moja kwenda sehemu nyingine, wanahama kutoka kwenye eneo lenye giza kwenda kwenye mwanga. Kwa tunatakiwa kuhakikisha kwamba tunapotaka kuhakikisha kwamba Afrika ina uhakika wa umeme kwa 100%, tunatakiwa kutekeleza sera zetu kwa kutengeneza ajira bora, kwa kuchochea ukuaji na uwezo wa Afrika kuweza kuwa kama inavyoweza kuwa. Nadhani na uhakika kwamba nishati kwa Afrika itaiwezesha Afrika kuwa na bara lenye mafanikio. Asante sana kwa kuungana nasi katika ajenda hii ya 300. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adesina. Can we just give each of the panelists one last round of applause as we end this section?
Makofi wanajopo wote kwa mawasilisho yao na majadiliano yenye tija. Asante sana.
Oui, capturons ce moment mémorable avec une photo de groupe.
Kinachofuata ni picha ya pamoja.
Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Asante sana.
Un grand merci à nos intervenants pour cette discussion très très enrichissante.
Matthias turns to me and says, this is great, but I mean, getting equity is really difficult, and we've started talking to a number of venture capital funds out there. Yeah. So then I changed my hat, take off my credit hat, and put on my venture hat, and I said to him, okay, Matthias, so I'm on the investment committee of our venture fund. The first question I ask when I get presented a deal is how quickly can you grow, and what kind of multiple on my investment am I going to get? And I said to him, by the way, in this current environment, my fellow IC members are very wary of very asset-intensive business models that need, in addition to venture equity, need a whole bunch of credit. So then I turned back to Matthias and asked him what he's going to do. But maybe rather than ask him and put him on the spot, I'm going to turn to William, because he's gone through this process, and maybe he can give a little bit of better insights into how this process of starting a venture takes you on a road to ultimately having a functioning and profitable business, I hope.
So, well, let me ask you first. I mean, you, I believe, have a development mandate within your fund, correct, in Signum? Mm-hmm. So who defined for you, or did you find for yourself, this focus on asset-light versus asset-heavy business models? Because mini-grids are also an asset-heavy business. We struggle to raise equity and debt just like you do, Matthias. But I'm curious, if you don't mind, like, what is the development finance community, what's their thesis, and how did that come about? Is it the LPs who are driving that? Is it you that's driving that? Where does that point of view come from?
That's an excellent question, actually, because the investors in our venture fund are development finance institutions that would all subscribe to the developmental outcomes and the necessities of a business like Matthias's or mini-grids. At the same time, the venture model follows a very specific trajectory of generating returns for its investors. It relies on sort of relatively rapid growth. It also requires most companies to be able to transact outside of their home market, which typically is too small to gain, well, to allow them to gain the size that they can ultimately exit at the valuations that's required for a typical venture funded model. I think of it as a first stage investment, a seed investment followed by 2 or 3 rounds of capital. At each stage, the venture capital universe requires the valuation to go up by a factor of, I mean, name it, 3 to 5 times. So you quickly see that for a company to be successful, a venture investor needs to see being able to have a valuation of $100 million. Yeah, I'm picking some relatively random numbers in orders of magnitude. Yeah, then I can look at, and so that's not necessarily imposed on us by the development community that funds us. It's the way the market works, because even development finance institutions want their money back, and in the venture world, that's the way to an exit.
Well, we could have a longer conversation about the development finance community and whether they're headed in the right direction, but we'll leave that aside for now. To answer your question, I mean, mini-grids, I think most mini-grid companies start in our industry by thinking just about supply, and thinking that if you can generate and sell electrons, that you'll be able to cover your costs and make a profit. In rural communities, peri-urban communities where there's relatively little economic activity, that's a non-starter. We learned that the hard way. We almost failed as a company. And what we came to realize was that unless you focus both on supply and demand, that you can't come to a profitable business model. And demand for me is essentially productive use, right? there's household or business, if you can create that demand and actually allow for those communities to be productive, then you solved a big part of your problem, is making sure that you're sweating that asset and using the electricity generation asset to its fullest as much as possible. So that was a really seminal moment for us in terms of realizing, okay, if you're going to do this, you have to look at both the generation side and the demand side and make sure that those two things are very much aligned.
Yeah. And maybe to pick up on what you said about the sort of the broader financial community, yeah, I guess the shortcomings that we are responsible for is that in order to balance supply and demands, there are enough factors outside of everybody's control. Yeah, we need to be able to provide some visibility on where the financing can come from.
Yeah.
And that is difficult, and we haven't done a good enough job. And I'm sure critical to yours and your success.
Matthias, we've talked about raising equity as being one challenge for you. What are the other major challenges that you face as a young startup?
Right. So some of the challenges have to be working with grassroots, people at the grassroots level, because sometimes it's a challenge for people at the grassroots to be able to adapt to modern technology. So you have to usually spend more time trying to educate and create awareness and also get people to buy into the idea, because you wouldn't want to develop a solution that will end up not being used. Of course, they face a problem, but then if you do not really offer that kind of awareness, it becomes difficult for them to accept the product. So that is usually a challenge that we face, because people usually at that level tend not to adapt easily to modern technology. So that is one challenge. And another challenge has to do with sourcing equipment, because it's usually expensive. I mean, as a mini-grid company, you understand that it's really huge investment, especially investing in renewable energy. So that high upfront cost, and even sourcing the materials and the materials not being available locally in that quantity is also a challenge. So we end up spending time looking for the equipment we need to put together our technology. That also becomes a challenge in terms of scaling.
But I want to ask you. So, what's the thing preventing you or presenting a challenge to you to invest more capital in this space? Because it's been identified as a market opportunity worth tens of billions of dollars, right? So that's a huge opportunity. Why not invest more?
So I was just about to ask you. Yeah. So we hear of all these challenges, and based on Husk, how long did it take you to get on top of these challenges and get to the stage where this business was per se on a stable ground?
Well, I think so the current version of the company is about 10 years old. It's taken us about 8 years to get there.
Okay, so that's part of your answer, right? We're looking at a lot of businesses like Matthias's, and we know that on average, in this ecosystem that we work in, companies take 8 to 10 years to reach profitability. So he tells me it's going to take him 3 years. Yeah, I add a little bit of fat to it because I know nothing ever works out the way it does. So I'm already having to plan for a business that needs to access capital for the next 5 to 8 years. This is going to be through I don't know how many macro cycles in which investors come and go. Yeah. So that is my problem. I have not enough visibility on the future to know that if I put money in now, someone's going to come and follow in 3 years' time to take the business to the next level.
Yeah.
And I would like to hear you solution to that.
Yeah, no, so I mean, one of the things I was going to say, even for a growth stage company like us, we deploy our capital to build assets so that we can electrify people. If we're going to add any additional value-added services like productive use into what we do, we still need grant capital to de-risk those business models. And I would say, and Matthias, you disagree with me if you like, I haven't seen a whole lot of productive use business models that have scaled commercially. And, maybe e-mobility, maybe irrigation, but, we've tried cold storage, we've tried rice milling, we've tried e-mobility, we've tried many different things, but we still don't know ourselves what's scalable and commercially viable. So anyway, I think I'm being asked to wrap up, so I want to make sure that we leave a little bit of time. So we're here for Mission 300, right? This big initiative, productive use is part of it. I'd like to ask you both what you'd like to see from Mission 300 to help your business or investments perform the way that you'd like them to.
Okay, so let me start, and then Matthias can give the final touch to it. I think there are two themes that I think are very critical and fit very well into this whole event. Yeah, one is time. Yeah, we spend too much time deliberating over how we do things and not enough time trying to get to solutions. So we need to shorten that 10 years to a much smaller time horizon. And the other thing is we need to grow markets. And we need to grow markets by allowing businesses like Matthias to expand, whether it's from Ghana to Nigeria or across the continent, in a much more seamless way, so that the addressable market gets bigger, the opportunity gets bigger, and capital is more excited about where the journey could end.
Right. For me, I think Mission 300 should also prioritize collaborating with younger organizations, because usually what we usually see is most of these initiatives work with really large organizations, and it doesn't really give younger organizations that kind of experience as well. So when we go to investors like Clems, they always want to say, okay, what previous experience do you have, or how does your book look like? We do not really need very large capital, but at least if we are also plugged into a certain portion of implementing certain projects, it gives us that experience and that credibility to be able to reach out to more people for them to understand that what we are doing actually works to some extent, and then they're able to sort of give us that support. So plugging in younger organizations in this initiative is something that I think it should be a great game changer, so that investors like Clems will be able to support.
Okay, listen up, Mission 300. Matthias needs your support, so let's figure that out. Thank you both for an excellent conversation. Quick, short and sweet, as they say. Thanks so much.
Right.
Yeah, right on time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Un grand merci à nos...
A big thank you to our panelists and the moderator for the quality of their interventions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we said that we will have successive panels. We have a lot to say this afternoon, and we will move on to a panel discussion called Mobilizing the Civil Society, and it will highlight the civil society actors in energizing Africa. To moderate this discussion, I am pleased to call Mr. Semkai Kilonzo, Executive Director of the Policy Forum in Tanzania. He is a well-known leader because of his engagement for participatory and inclusive solutions, and he will be moderating discussions between Ms. Sheila Oparaucha, Director of Energia, and Ms. Hadiza Abdul Mumini, Global Focal Point, SDG 7 Youth Constituency from Nigeria. Kindly welcome our moderator as well as the two panelists. A warm round of applause, please. Thank you.
For our panel.
How do you operate this? Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Semkai Kilonzo. I am from the Policy Forum, which is a network of civil society organizations working on governance and accountability here in Tanzania. We've got our network has about over 80 organizations brought together in their interest on issues around poverty reduction, equity, and democratization. So that's things around engaging civil society to energize Africa, which is our topic for this panel, is one of the key things that help reduce poverty reduction. So just really quickly to introduce the topic, we know Africa, and we've heard this morning and through the course of today, that Africa faces significant challenges in ensuring universal access to sustainable energy, and civil society organizations have emerged as critical agents, and they have a key role to play as agents of change in terms of contributing to policy advocacy, issues around their work with community-based solutions. Most of the times we've seen very good examples of innovative work being done, and their efforts to make energy access more inclusive. And last but not least, obviously, a huge role that they play in bringing government to account, duty bearers to account for the promises that they make. So without further ado, I'd like to let you know that we've got distinguished panelists here who will have stories and strategies of how civil society and youth can amplify their voices in energy policy and collaboration with key stakeholders. My first panelist is Sheila Aparocha. She's a leader in gender and energy, works for an organization called Energia, and has about 26 years experience in women's empowerment in energy access. The second is Hadiza Abdulmumini, and she's also done quite impactful work promoting youth leadership and equitable clean energy access and advancing clean cooking practices in Nigeria, and she's a global focal point for the SUD 7 in Nigeria. So really quickly, I'd just like to jump right in it. I have questions for both of you. First is, what inspired each of you to engage in the energy sector in Africa? I'll start with you, Sheila.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the introduction, and I'm humbled that you call me a leader. So it's an honor for me to be on this panel and to contribute to the discussion and discourse taking place at M300. To be honest, my entry into the energy sector was not particularly exciting. I was fresh out of university, an opportunity provided itself, and so I took that opportunity. But over the years, what has been more fascinating for me is to draw the parallels between my first job, which was a veterinary doctor after graduating from the University of Zambia, and my work at the intersection of gender and energy, supported by my second degree from the Asian Institute of Technology in Gender and Development Planning. What surprised me is that in both, you have to go beyond the obvious. When you're treating an animal, which is a client who doesn't speak to you, or when you are trying to address the challenges of women empowerment in the energy sector, what's obvious, it's the root causes, and what's obvious on the surface is not always the real picture. So when I take a gender lens to technical solutions, I'm forced to ask critical questions. Who is benefiting? Who controls the decisions over use? What are the power dynamics between those who have and those who do not have? And that's what really keeps me excited and keeps me motivated. Thank you.
Okay, and Hadiza, same question, but you also, a follow-up question would be, how do you see the role of civil society and youth organizations in shaping Africa's energy policy?
Okay, thank you. I think the inspiration for me was mostly because of the lack of stable access to electricity in my country. Growing up, electricity was not stable, and the frustration for that would be just because you're unable to watch maybe some of your kids' shows, cartoons, and all of that. But as I was growing older, it became to be a bigger problem because you're unable to really work. It threatens your work. These days, most of the work are virtually. You need your computer, and oftentimes you are scared because you have a meeting and there's no electricity for you to power these gadgets that you have to use to attend the meetings. And then you come to see that it's even beyond the individual perspectives, it's even for the country itself, Nigeria. You see a lot of companies just piking up their investments and leaving because the profit is just going back to getting diesel to power up generators, and that's just not profitable. So I thought, what's the best thing I can do? Because if others can have stable electricity, then we can also have stable electricity. So I did the best way I know how, which is law and policy. And this is the short of my own inspiration. Then in terms of the role of civil society organizations and youth organizations, I believe they play a very critical role in shaping Africa's energy future. And this is because you see that across the globe, youths in Africa, for instance, they are taking so much leadership in terms of exploring what are the sustainable energy solutions that are available. And together with these organizations, you see advocacy and policy influence. So they look at what are the best ways, what policies would enable us to promote and prioritize energy access. How can we expand sustainable energy solutions? So this is very, very important. And then secondly, they're able to hold the government accountable and private institutions accountable for their energy-related actions and policies. And then you talk about skilling and awareness. So let me give you an example with what we do in terms of awareness. So before I became the global focal point of the SH7 Youth Constituency, I was the regional focal point for West and Central Africa. So as a regional focal point, our responsibility is first to see what are those immediate needs in the organization for your own region. And the first thing we saw was for West and Central Africa, it's even very important for us to begin with the awareness in terms of what are those communities that don't even have energy access? Then what are the alternative sources? There's a lot of problems, for instance, in my own country with the transmission lines. So there's a need for you to really raise awareness on the need for decentralized energy solutions. So the first thing we did at that level was awareness campaign, the sustainable sources available, the consequences of all of these sources, among others. So this is in terms of awareness, one of the responsibilities. And then secondly, you also talk about fostering skilling, and after skilling, innovation. So right now, as the global focal point of the constituency, the role is to see what are the best ways to support youth. And one very important and interesting program we have is the Youth Sustainable Energy Hub. So it's a hub that gives room to all youths across the globe to come and showcase the youth-led energy projects that they have. And right now, what we are planning to do is to showcase them based on region, and they get access to capacity building, financing, mentorship, and some of the partners for these programs that we've had, IRENA, IEA, REN21, UN Energy, SE4All, among others. So this is one of the areas that you see youth organizations and civil society organizations creating that opportunity and allowing for a just and inclusive transition and also energy access. And then this is the same thing for skilling too. You look at areas that youth don't have skills and we're able to work with.
Okay, thank you. Now back to Sheila. Do you have examples of how civil society can play an effective role in energy policy?
Yes. Actually, my fellow speaker has already said everything that I want to say and also given excellent examples. But let me just, there's a saying, you have to know where you're coming from to know where you're going. And I think it's important if we step back, whether it is 2015 or 2021 when we had the World Summit of Sustainable Development and you couldn't talk about energy poverty, 2015 when you have the SDGs, on going forward, that civil society organizations were the first to start talking about, for instance, decentralized renewable energy, clean cooking solutions, before our governments and our private sector came on board. So I think it's very good to recognize that. And having said that, we're here in Tanzania, so I'll just give two examples. Tatedo You cannot work in the energy sector if you don't know about Tatedo. Tatedo has been a shining example for over 30 years, really bringing inclusive business models, testing them, making them proven business models. A lot of that we're using today, whether we're talking about multifunctional platforms that they started with, to mini grids, to now using electric cooking and trying to make that affordable. So that's 30 years. The Tanzania Sustainable Energy and Gender Network, really working on empowering, creating a much more enabling policy environment for women in the energy sector, have been catalytic in working in partnership with the Ministry of Energy in Tanzania in developing the Sustainable for All Gender Action Plan. And right now are also innovating in village-level adaptation plans, not national, but village-level adaptation plans really driven by villages and aggregating them so that they can feed into district-level planning. Nigeria. I saw Habiba today, so I'm going to be remiss if I don't mention Society Renewable Energy Technologies and Solar Sisters. You know, when we talk about CSOs, it's not just NGOs. Yeah. We had mini-grids developers here saying they're not making profits. They are also part of the CSOs. Here, these are two organizations that over 10 years or more have empowered thousands of women entrepreneurs in very rural and remote areas in Nigeria where nobody else is. Nobody else is in these communities. I've been there to get business skills, deliver clean energy products, and even be innovative with digital literacy. Currently, Solar Sister is piloting a solar mill machine based in local communities, so you don't have to transport things, the long travel and the distance that women have to take in order to transport in their farming products to mill. So those are two. And of course, your own organization that's working on accountability in the country.
Thank you. Sheila, again, just a follow-up question. How can gender considerations drive more inclusive and sustainable energy access outcomes?
Okay. Thank you for the question. So inclusive and sustainable outcomes, that's what we want to focus on. So within Energy's experience, we feel that there are 4 critical approaches. The first one is to end energy poverty for women. UN Women has said in their snapshot for 2024, and by the way, this year is the 30th celebration of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action that our member states committed to women's economic empowerment and gender equality. The last year that SDG 5 is going to be reviewed, but their report is still showing us the majority of poor women in the world are based in the continent, and the majority of those poor women are energy poor. So ending energy poverty is really important. A very interesting statistics that I saw was is that for every 100 men, there are 127 women. Now, what's interesting is the age group, and they're living in extreme poverty. So there are different levels of poverty. This is the group between 25 and 34. That means for the years that are supposed to be your most productive is the years that you cannot not afford or access energy. So that's going to be one. So we need targeted interventions, gender interventions that really put women at the center of, for instance, our Mission 300 contacts. And why I say intentional is because I recognize when our one of our moderators was speaking to our ministers, one of the questions she asked, if you're in the room, is about women's empowerment and gender equality. She added it into the questions, and none of our ministers answered that question. So we really do have to be intentional in making this difference. So that's one. The second one, I want to go beyond markets. Social safety networks. Let's be honest, there's still a large percentage of our population that are not going to afford even the most basic. We heard from the World Bank president that energy is a public good, it is a right. So social safety nets for those who cannot afford social security safety nets for those who cannot afford is really going to be critical. We also heard from the last speakers about how local communities are considered risk averse to adopting some of these technologies. That's not the case. It's not all about behavioral science. It's because they have very vulnerable incomes. You know, they have very little buffer for economic shocks. Right. So then if you're going to take something and you're thinking, how am I going to pay for it? How am I going to pay it off? You're going to be, of course, you're going to think twice before you take it on. If we have social safety networks that will allow people to afford this, it's really going to be important. So apart from the market, we also have to think of these other things. I know that you're asking me to finish. I'm going to just say two statements. I'm looking at my good friend Dimfna. And I think on this panel where we have CSOs, we do have to repeat it. We have to think of holistically about SDG 7. SDG 7 has universal access to energy, which is universal access to clean cooking and universal access to electricity. So we need to have both. You can't do one before the other. Okay. We know that, so electricity needs to be a trailblazer for bringing clean cooking. And clean cooking because it saves lives. In fact, my 26 years of experience is going to allow me to be so bold as to say, if you do not have clean cooking in your initiative, it's a gender-blind initiative. It's going to increase inequalities. It's not pro-women. All right. So, okay, I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's bring youth into this. Hadiza, youth play a key role, obviously. How can we enhance the inclusivity of youth voices in the energy spaces?
Okay, thank you. I think one stark reality that we must acknowledge, which is why I'm so happy for this question, is at the tables where critical policies are being shaped, you simply do not find youth voices. You simply do not find youth there. And it's not because they don't want to be there. And youth have fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and they hold the long-term impact of these policies that are being shaped today. They are rather seen as passive beneficiaries instead of the agent of change that they are, or the partners in shaping these policies. And I believe some of the reasons for these marginalizations is because maybe there's lack of trust in the capabilities of youth, or maybe there's no resources to engage them, or there's no knowledge of all these initiatives and activities that youth are putting to show their interest and their need to really shape all these policies that are being made. Now, these are my recommendations in terms of how youth can really be made inclusive and to help shape these policies. One is to have a formal youth engagement mechanism, a youth advisory council. And this was the case I saw in the UAE. In the UAE, United Arab Emirates, both public institutions, private institutions, government institutions, all these institutions, they are required by law to have a youth advisory body. So for every policy that they make, you know that it has the perspectives of the younger generations contained therein. Then secondly, if the fear or the reason for not engaging youth is because there's fear of, or there's doubt as to their capabilities, then train them. Recently, I serve as the co-chair of the Arena Youth Council. Then we organized the Arena Youth Forum along the sidelines of the Arena Assembly. And a lot of youth from over 50 countries came. It was very, very intensive, but there was a lot of opportunities for youth, and they were able to be merged together with leading experts in the energy sector. And one thing that I realized was the UAE youths, they stood out. Some of them in the workshops I attended, they have served as negotiators, and they were sort of given a workshop on that. They were aware of their country's NDCs, of their country's energy plans. So they have that sense of ownership. If you're able to train the youth and make them understand what the position is, then you give them that sense of ownership and you get to have more out of them. And then secondly, all these youth organizations, CSOs, invest in them so they could further amplify their impact. And then lastly, for emissions such as Mission 300, I think it's very important that we have a platform that removes all this geographical barrier, an online platform that allows you to have all the youth there. So at all times, from the beginning, middle, up until the end, you get to ask, and you hear without any filter, what are their thoughts, how is it going, what are their suggestions on this project. I believe this way is able to bring about youth inclusion.
Yeah, we just have a minute and a half, so I'll just jump to the last question for both of you. How do you think civil society can better collaborate with the other stakeholders, government and private sector? Yeah, you've got a minute for both of you.
Okay, so I'll just be quick then. Okay, so I believe the collaboration is very essential, as we're all aware, but oftentimes it doesn't happen because of some barriers, lack of trust, lack of communication, bureaucracy, red tape hindering of project implementation, or just different priorities and agendas. So if this, all these barriers could be removed, then the rules of the civil society organizations, youth organizations, can then they'll be able to work collaboratively with the government. The government does the policies, the private sector bring the investment, and the CSOs are the ones that are willing to go to the grassroots level. And for all this role, for instance, of the CSOs, you have the policy advocacy, skilling, fostering innovation. If they're able to do it together and work as one, it will have more impact. Oftentimes you see that the skilling itself, even the government officials, they do need it. Sometimes for these policies that are being made, you see that the CSOs can bring that evidence from the grassroots engagement that they've had, and you have policies that are more effective.
Thank you. Sheila, same question.
Yes, a minute and a half, but because this is the only, I think there are only 2 spaces in this conference where civil society is, please allow me to add an extra minute. I think we are entitled to that. We're going to be remiss if to respond to your last question about youth empowerment and women's empowerment if we don't talk about jobs and leaderships. We saw examples of wonderful leaders, including Her Excellency, the president of the country that's hosting us, but there are too few women in the sector. And as jobs are being created in the clean energy transition, this could go to youth and women. But also very much, from our experience, it's not so much on the supply side. Yes, we need to promote STEM education, but it's on when they get into these positions that the environment needs to be made safe for them to excel. So we're talking about anti-harassment policies, we're talking about equal opportunity policies. These are things that we really need to encourage in our sector. And now about civil society, I want to first, and I think we're all going to do that, we are going to underscore and acknowledge the engagement that we have on the 20th of January with Mission, with the Mission 300 initiative, where a statement was already made. So all our points were captured there. And just to underscore that, it was about inclusive multi-stakeholder processes and providing real leadership linked to that. It was about openness and trust in the relationships that we have. And part of that was really sharing timely information that we need. It was about funding our NGOs, particularly youth and women's organizations, but also community-based, to meaningfully engage in these. They do also need to have part of the funding, part of the billions that have been allocated should also go to civil society organizations. And the fourth is actually a shout out to us CSOs, and to CSOs like myself, the more established, more international, that we need to give way to our local African CSOs to lead the way. Let us come in and support them so that we together can have a collective voice. Rather than engaging in these initiatives one-on-one, we need to have a collective voice and really be, that will strengthen our position.
Can we end there?
Okay. So I'll end.
All right. Sheila and Isa, please, a warm round of applause for them. Been excellent.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and there you have it, the voice of civil society, loud and clear in the room. Thank you very much for your contributions, and to our moderator and our panelists. Again, we're moving at lightning speed, ladies and gentlemen, as we move to our next short and sharp, concise conversation. Its focus is on innovative finance, and particularly wanting to also include a perspective on local currency. It's my pleasure to welcome the CEO of the British International Investment. That is, of course, Mr. Leslie Marsdorp. Thank you for being here, Leslie. And joining him on stage is Jules Ngakam, the CEO of the Africa Guarantee Fund. Welcome, Jules. And Rachel More Oshodi, the CEO of Arm Harith, in particular the Arm Harith Infrastructure Investment Limited, rather. Ladies and gentlemen, we hand over now to Leslie to lead us in this conversation. Leslie, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Like all the other sessions before this one, I believe that innovative finance is the most important subject for us over this conference, this summit. I say that because there is a search underway. We are going back to the laboratories, if you like, to find new ways, to find ways in which we can reinvigorate, retool the development finance system to deal with the modern challenges that we face today. I mean, as a starting point, as you know, dating back way back to 1944, when the development finance system was really established with the World Bank, since then, with only $20 billion of paid-in capital, more than $1 trillion have been raised through the power of leverage through the capital markets. 20 years ago or so in Monterrey in Mexico, the concept of innovative finance was really sort of born. It was captured in the final communique of the Finance for Development Summit, and since then there's been considerable innovation. We've had blended finance structures, we've had green and sustainability bonds, we've had IFM, for example, create a set of instruments where we were able to raise through advanced market commitments specific bonds, which is really what led to Gavi becoming one of the most successful public-private partnerships over the last 2 decades. However, there's still a significant financing gap. So we're here to talk about that subject, and I'm joined by 2 very esteemed panelists who have very deep experience, each more than 20 years of experience in investment banking, private equity, and development finance. So we want to drill more into that concept today. I'll start with you, Rachel. Rachel is the CEO of ARM Harith Infrastructure Investments. And I want to ask you, what do you see as the remaining to investment in the energy sector? And afterwards, I'll come to what solutions do you think we can propose?
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I delve into what the issues are, just want to specify exactly what we do at ARM Harith. So we are a private equity firm focused on investing in essential infrastructure assets across West Africa. So from access to energy to efficient transport and connectivity, we focus on projects that have the potential to deliver strong returns to investors, as well as a major impact on the communities. So what we've faced over the years, of course, doing infrastructure, is that we're dealing with a very volatile environment, from regulations to our currencies, to the landscape and access to finance. The key issues, especially when dealing with long-dated assets, is that uncertainty is what has prevented really the investing at scale. So even when you are a sophisticated investor, what you are faced with is, from the investor community in providing or looking at those investments, what they're shying away from is the key point really is the volatility. We've gone through devaluations, we've gone through changing regimes, so we've sophisticated our approach in structuring around that. But even at that, what you can do is to limit the losses, but you cannot eliminate them. And so we also coming in very early. Being equity, we're coming at a point at the project cycle when things are still being put in place. There's very few capital that have the patience and the risk appetite to do that. And that has also been another pain point that we haven't yet solved. Lastly, talking about the illiquid nature of that. A lot of investors, and people would mention pension funds in particular when you look at developed market, because the long-term nature of those assets should be a great match for the pension funds. However, for the risk that I've mentioned, and for the illiquid nature of the asset we invest in, because it would take you 2 to 3 years to develop a project, another 2 to 3 years to build that project before the assets start generating cash flows. So it's a long time for pension funds not to receive any distribution, and that also has been one of the challenges that we face. Lastly, and I'll stop there, the currency, as I mentioned, One way to mitigate it is, of course, to have the local currency being able to match that of the revenues of the project. But what we face is that the market, the banking market, or at least the investor market, the financing market, generally speaking, is not deep enough to provide the long tenors that are required and the quantum that is required for those very capital-intensive projects.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I'd like now to move over to Jules Ngangam, who is the CEO of the Africa Guarantee Fund. How is the fund responding to these challenges with respect to the solutions that you believe you are offering the market?
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so we started a point on the barriers because at AGF, the product that we are offering were designed to address those barriers. And when we talk about barriers for investment in the GRE, on the renewable, it's as opposed to traditional investment, because all sort of investment, they have their own barriers. But when it comes specifically to the renewable sector, I would say the main challenge is liquidity, is this arbitrage between CapEx and OpEx. You know, investors, they will tend to go for projects that have a lower CapEx but higher OpEx. Because what we are telling them is that upfront they need to invest a huge amount of money, but they will get the payback over a long period of time. The next challenge is mainly on the duration. You know, the duration is the fact that the payback period is quite long, and we have a mismatch between the type of resources that the investors have, the tenor, compared to the tenor of the project. We have the collateral, which is a major one. You know, when it comes to the renewable, the investors tend to apply a high haircut to the collateral value of the equipment. You know, the way they assess the equipment, the collateral value is it kind of easy to resell those equipment in the secondary market, and it's very challenging to resell those type of equipment. And when it comes also to the issue around the maintenance, and because of that, the depreciation ratio for equipment in the renewable sector tends to be very high, so they depreciate those equipment kind of very fast. Rachel mentioned the currency challenge, the information, lack of information. So our product have been designed to address liquidity, the duration challenge, the lack of information, and our product goes mainly around guarantees. So we have loan guarantees in a portfolio basis, individual basis, depending on the size of the transaction, because we want to cover the entire value chain when it comes to the energy space, you know, from the very small SMEs to the medium one. And the loan guarantee helps to address the issue of collateral. We do provide also the bank fundraising guarantee to help those investors to provide long-term finance to the SMEs to reduce the mismatch in terms of duration. We have the equity guarantee, which is a very critical one because we have realized that they kind of rely heavily on debt finance. So we do also attract investment on the equity space, you know, to be able to help them to have long-term financing.
Thank you very much, Jules. Now, let me come back to Rachel. You know, over the years, British International Investment have found that the availability of local currency is a central ingredient of being successful in a number of markets on the African continent. You run a multi-currency fund. How important is the local currency offering in your view?
Thanks. It is critical. And for the second fund that we're raising is the key element, really, that we're focusing on. Why? Because for the first fund, we did take investors in local currency, but then converted it in hard currency, because there were so many issues at the time that we couldn't fix. And today we are proud to say that we are able to invest local currency into local projects alongside international capital, because sometimes the two don't necessarily match, and the risk profile of the investors are also different. Mm-hmm. So that's truly the blended nature of what we've been able to do.
So you're able to bring in sort of local pension funds, local institutions into those investments?
Absolutely. Seeing eye to eye as to how the capital, because really what we do is really take the right kind of capital for the right type of projects and in the right capital structure.
Yeah.
And that's the most efficient way to really leverage both local and international. So we've learned, and we've learned from discussing with the pension funds, and I did mention the illiquid nature, right? Even when you look at developed market, it took the pension funds a long time to get to where they are today. Today we see them owning assets, but they were first very hesitant about that until they were able to master it. And there's a lot that needs to happen at the regulatory level. And because we are not there yet, all markets within where we operate are not there yet. So what we do is that we're very selective in the type of project that we do, where we know we can minimize the impact of regulation, if not eliminate it fully by engaging bilaterally. So we've learned lessons the hard way, but what we are able to do is to really bring both the local currency, the hard currency, so how we source equipment, where we locate the project, how do we use the civil work, and why do we need to go and put dollars against it when we can do it locally? So it also encouraging to start building industries locally. So it's critical, and I think it's really a game changer, and we would not be able to do that if we didn't have concessional capital or junior equity, essentially.
Yeah.
So what the DFIs are doing is supporting fund managers like us to really de-risk those projects, because as sophisticated as we are as fund managers and having done a lot of projects on the continent, we do not control the monetary policies. We do not control the regulation. We can, of course, influence that by bringing the private sector perspective in those discussions. And we don't also control the fact that by nature, those projects take a long time to get on stream.
Yeah.
But to enable and attract pension funds, in spite of that, we need to have a capital that is patient and that could take the first loss.
Thank you.
Right? So this is quite critical. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Jules, I wonder if I could ask you whether you think that the moment has now arrived where guarantees have really kind of, if you like, getting the moment in the sun. I mean, as you know, Ajay Banga, one of his first initiatives was to establish a private sector lab, and one of their first recommendations was bringing together the guarantee product of the World Bank, the IFC, IDA, and it looks like there's now a clear recognition that guarantees have a significant role to play to mobilize private sector capital. Are you very confident that that moment has arrived now for guarantees to be much more central to the finance offering for development finance?
Yes, absolutely. I think the time has come to leverage more on this type of product, and I would mainly give the case of AGF, why we believe that today we are well positioned, we are best positioned to tackle the challenge when it comes to the renewable space. So I'll give you maybe 5 main reasons. The first one is on the product. We launched the Green Guarantee Facility a decade ago, and we are in a position where we have a track record on what works best. So we believe that at the product level today, we have a product that was designed to tackle the challenge facing that sector. The second reason is our coverage, our continental coverage. We've signed guarantees in 44 countries in Africa, and then we believe that by partnering with the GFI, those SMEs, they prefer to borrow in hard currency. Is the cost. It's cheaper to borrow in hard currency, but they don't see the currency risk. If we can lower also the interest rate for the investment in local currency, will play a huge role. And we believe that by leveraging on our rating, the financial institution can achieve that. Yes, and the last one is the leverage. The fact that with $1 of resources, we can channel $10 of private capital to the players in the GI space.
Thank you very much. Rachel, if I could return to you, I mean, we have private sector players, institutions here in the room. What would you say are the sort of core propositions why investors should, for example, who are interested in the ARM Harith Infrastructure Fund, why should they invest? What's the core proposition that you are putting forward?
Thank you for that. So I think it's really the fact that we have boots on the ground and solving for the issues hands-on. So for every single evolution, I guess, in our industry, you need to have new products. And I'll give an example. I was mentioning that investors, particularly the local investors, and the reason why I'm insisting on the pension funds is that right now, it is probably what could bridge the gap for setting this infrastructure play that we're all talking about, because there's a lot of capital that is there that could be unlocking what we're trying to do. And so, to give an example on the illiquid nature of the assets, we realized that it was a key pain point for them, more so than the returns. So we collaborated with the DFI in order to have a pocket of capital that would not necessarily be first loss, but that would provide early yield to those pension funds. It's never been done, right? So but we needed to do that to unlock that particular capital. And they welcomed that with open arms, and now we are having more local investors coming in, because now they don't have the pain point of waiting 5 to 6 years before getting the first distribution, right? So those kind of example is truly being agile, really having boots on the ground and understanding what are the issues, and having the network to bring stakeholders together to co-create solutions so we can keep moving forward while we fix the bigger issues at the macro level.
Jules, if I could ask you the same question. If you were sitting in front of potential investors, donors, institutions, what is the core proposition why they should put money into the Africa Guarantee Fund?
Yes, so the core proposition is our ability to mobilize private capital. Because we believe that GFI alone, donor, they will never have enough resources to address the challenges that we face in the energy space. So we need to mobilize or channel the private capital that sits in Africa in the banking sector. And this is our core value proposition as AGF, because with our guarantee product, with our technical assistance, we have the tools, we have the capacity, the rating, the leverage to channel enough capital from the private sector where it's needed.
Thank you very much. We've unfortunately run out of time. I'll just make a couple of very brief remarks in summary. I mean, as you have heard, there's considerable momentum today in terms of finding new solutions for our institutions to become laboratories, if you like, to search for new ideas of how to finance development. We know that traditional sources of finance are too limited. Overseas development aid is too limited and constrained. So we have to go back to the drawing boards. And the only way to go back to the drawing boards is to find instruments and ways to leverage and to mobilize the institutional investor capital that sits in sovereign wealth funds, that sits in pension funds, that sits in insurance companies. But the traditional sort of methods of doing that have not succeeded, especially on the African continent, where the markets are still perceived to be too risky. And I'd like to just end off by saying 2 sentences about British international investment. We have been on the continent for many, many decades, and specifically have a unique positioning in terms of deploying equity, the riskiest part of the capital structure, making equity investments in many African countries, because we take this very long-term view and want to contribute to long-term deepening of financial markets, deepening and strengthening of the capital markets, because that's the only way really to have sustainable long-term development. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and I'll give it back to the moderator.
Thank you very much. Un grand merci à notre modérateur.
Huge thanks to the moderator and the panelists, a very dynamic panel for all the aspects I shared with such great precision. We will be continuing our series of discussions on this platform, and we were going to tackle a very significant issue, the future of the sector. We are going to be looking at the necessary transformations to build a prosperous energy future for the continent. So, ladies and gentlemen, and to moderate this session.
Thank you very much. Et donc, ce que je disais, c'est que pour moi.
So, what I was saying was that to moderate the next discussions, I have the pleasure to invite on stage Kapi Osbik, the Commercial Director of Africa Green Co. It's a pioneer organization providing solutions in Africa, and they'll be accompanied by eminent people, Alain Obisse, Africa 50, an investment fund which is catalyzing growth. Then you have Tadesse, is a head of TDI. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you and welcome the next panelist on stage, Alain Obisse, Tadesse, and Taxi.
Alors, c'est étrange, mais j'ai l'impression...
It's strange. I have the impression that the members of the panel are not yet ready, so we will wait for them for some minutes. I have seen someone going to look for them, so I will ask you to be patient for some time. Why not discuss with your neighbor what has been said in the previous session, so we will give them some time.
Alors, les membres du panel...
Firstly, thank you to our generous host, the Republic of Tanzania, as well as, of course, to the AFDB, the World Bank, and the Rockefeller Foundation. I am honoured to be joined on the panel today by Mr. Alain Obisse, the CEO of Africa 50, and Mr. Admasou Tadesse, the CEO of the Trade and Development Bank. Both of the institutions, as I'm sure you are fully aware, are very active in the African energy sector with a footprint across the continent. So thank you for joining us today to share your insights on the topic of the future of the African energy business. So I'm Cathy Oxby, the Chief Commercial Officer of Africa Green Co, which may be less familiar to some of you. We are a renewable energy trader within the Southern African Power Pool, headquartered in Zambia, and using the regional integration that we've been focusing on today as a diversifier and mitigant of risk to help attract finance into new generation capacity. So as we've heard already a lot today, around the activities going on in the sector, and looking at particularly at the 5 priority pillars of Mission 300, we see strides being made under all of those pillars to some extent. Looking at the Southern African Power Pool has been operating already for 15 years or so. The East African Power Pool and the West African Power Pools are finalising their market rules with a view to launching their own regional competitive markets shortly. On the transmission front, we have initiatives such as the Regional Transmission Infrastructure Financing Facility, being promoted by SAP to improve the regional interconnection. And in parallel, a lot of regulatory change underway to facilitate more private sector investment. Now, gentlemen, we've been given a very broad topic to discuss. The sector is rife with opportunity, and there's plenty of space for innovation, and a lot already being done. We need to be bold, and we need to move fast. We need to avoid reinventing the wheel, and we need to identify the most promising initiatives to scale. What do you see as the key trends that will drive the future of the African energy business? And how are your institutions lined up to take advantage of these opportunities?
Oh, well, do I start?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kelly, and thank you to the World Bank and the African Development Bank, and of course Tanzania for hosting this important event. In terms of key trends, I think I will start by saying that we will continue to see a huge growth in the demand for electricity on the continent as the population grows and also as we get a bigger middle class, and also because of our industrialization needs on the continent, and not to mention the AI, ICT, huge amount of demand for electricity. So we should expect a significant increase in demand. So we need to fund a number of projects across the value chain, generation, transmission, and distribution. I also see that there will be a higher penetration for renewables in the energy mix. Of course, in Africa, we want a balanced energy mix which has renewable but also gas to provide balancing power. So we see that also, and that actually has a real impact in terms of how do we organize our grid and etc. I see also a lot more investment going into distributed renewable energy because, of course, we need to make sure that this is one of the goals of this event, to have a lot more access to power across the continent. And finally, I would say that I see a lot more investment coming through in terms of transmission, power transmission across the continent, and especially from the private sector side. Us at Africa 50, we started to talk about transmission PPP in Africa for some time now, 4 years. I'm glad to see that my partner, the CEO of KETRACO, John Mativo, is here, because in Kenya, we hope to do the first transmission PPP in the trunk line, the first independent power transmission, and Masu is part of the team that is also working on doing that. So these are some of the trends that I see, but all of those trends will result of significant investment needs that for sure the public sector cannot cover. So we're likely to see a lot more private investment in the power sector, in the energy sector in Africa. And the question will be, how do you make it happen? How do you create those bankable projects that the private sector is ready to finance? How do you mitigate the risk? And we can talk about some of the solutions that we are implementing at Africa 50.
Thank you. Masu.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. Very pleased to be here. Alain kicked off by highlighting some of the demand side factors, and he made references not just to the normal demand, but ICT. Inside there you have data centers, all these new developments that are also competing for energy. What has been fascinating to observe is just the way technology has been maturing in the various segments. We've seen it, of course, have huge effects in the renewable sector. Of course, wind has been there for some time, but we see massive adoption of solar, very large scale, utility scale, adoption of massive projects. And we're also seeing continued advancements in areas like geothermal, even nuclear. And so it's quite impressive to see how the technology side of things is opening up opportunities and making affordable solutions much more attractive to sovereigns. So the technology side is there. Of course, these days there's a lot of new thinking around AI-enabled solutions around the efficiency problem, because we've known inefficiencies have been a big challenge in the sector. And so that is also coming into play. And then, of course, the 24/7 type renewable energies that we're seeing, the green hydro, the green hydrogen is also opening up a lot of prospects. We're seeing a number of countries move very aggressively into that. There's about 4 or 5 countries in the continent that have really identified that as a very attractive growth area for the future. So I think on the supply side, we're going to continue to see dramatic developments. It's already captivated us. We've seen what's happened. Cost is a very real factor, and I think the supply side issue around gas is going to continue to be hotly debated. I think the baseload requirements of the continent will continue to point strongly in the direction of gas, natural gas, and so there we have quite a few discoveries and resources coming online. We are in one of those countries that has those endowments. We've seen what Mozambique has gone through, Namibia as a case in point, Nigeria. And this will also dovetail into the other side of energy, which is clean cooking solutions, which was discussed this morning by the 2 MDB presidents. And so even there, we see very exciting developments where new business models linked to technology is really making alternative, clean home cooking very attractive and feasible. We have received very special purpose funding to actually help accelerate the rollout of distributed renewable energy, mini grids, off grids, and of course, new business models in the clean cooking space. And so it's not just the technology side on the supply side, it's also a very deliberate big push on funding. Why we're here, M300. But even before the M300 was announced, we had already been pushing very hard on the DRE side. And we've seen a number of small-scale SME players in the sector take advantage of both the resources, but also the opening up space. I found it quite fascinating that 20 years after the liberalization of the energy sector, this morning we were still talking about trying to get the regulation right, trying to get the policy framework right, and it's fascinating for somebody who's been around this sector for some time. That's something that we were dealing with at the turn of the millennium, right? It's not a new conversation. Reforming infrastructure, reforming energy, unbundling the sector has been, going on for decades. And I really hope that we'll be able to get that institutional innovation to actually come together well. And it's not that we don't know what it takes to get things to happen, but I think this morning President Banga talked about faith and trust. A private sector needs to get to that point of trust, right? It's not just about us saying all the things that should be said. But I think money talks. It's not just the talk. I think we've heard the big numbers being announced today, the huge amounts of development finance together with concessionary financial resources that are being made available. So that gives me confidence that the needle will begin to move.
Thank you. As they say, money's like water, right? It flows where it's easiest. And so if we want it to flow in the directions necessary to achieve the goals of Mission 300, we need to facilitate the path for it. I think you raised some very interesting points there around the demand side. And the interplay with regulatory reforms. Because I think there has been a recognition for longer of the role of the private sector on the generation side. But we're starting to see more recognition that the major consumers, in many cases, are private sector, with the willingness and the appetite to pay for the fuel. And it may not be, therefore, necessary for the utility to sit in the middle. So we're seeing more countries opening up the sector to allow that private to private. Do you see that as a trend in the countries that you're operating in?
Yeah, I think we see different models that countries are implementing. I think we also see a lot more pragmatism from countries to try to find out what works. So whether you have captive power, so selling electricity directly to private customers is allowed in many countries. But I think what we want to see a lot more really is a huge increase in the pipeline of bankable projects that could attract the pools of capitals that is sitting on the sideline looking for ways in which they could be invested and earn a return. And for us, I think there is a big effort that needs to be made in risk mitigation. Those instruments are available, but they are a bit cumbersome to use. So if we could, facilitate the use of risk mitigation to cover some of the risks that the private sector is not very comfortable to take. But I think for me, it's also a huge amount of effort has to be made in increasing the resources for project development. Project development is essentially the kind of resources that are needed to build up the pipeline of bankable projects, putting money at risk early stage to build the pipeline. And this is what we are doing at Africa 50 with a specialized project development vehicle called Africa 50 Project Development. It's a $100 million facility that is investing in early stage project development. But we are also in the process of raising a $400 million fund called ASIA, the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, that we are co-developing with the African Development Bank, the African Union Commission, Africa 50, and a number of partners, investing to build up the pipeline. And we have a number of projects. I think I see the Minister of Finance of Madagascar is here. We are helping the country on the 20-megawatt hydro project, Volobe. I see that my sister from Mozambique, Minister of Foreign Affairs, she's here. And we're looking at power transmission, PPP, at the development stage. Of course, I mentioned Kenya. So there is a lot happening, but what we need to do is speed, faster things, faster, getting things to the financial close quickly and commercial operations quickly, and then scale. So it's nice to do things here and there. We know how to do it, that's the good news, but the not so good news is that we have to do it faster and then at scale.
Thank you. I doubt there's any disagreement in the room that we need to do things faster and bigger. I guess the question is how. And I think you raised the issue of bankability. And certainly, through our experiences, I think one of my favorite phrases is bankability is in the eye of the beholder. There is no set in stone rule as to what constitutes a bankable deal. And we need to work together to find new and innovative ways to address risks and to accelerate the closing of these transactions. Through the process of establishing GreenCo, we often encountered that as we were trying to encourage people to think differently about the way risks are covered and power is procured. We often heard, the people say, oh yeah, it's a great idea, but it's never going to work. It's too ambitious, it's too big, it's too political. But we carried on, we persevered, and where we are today, I think, is a testament to those who believed. And the Rockefeller Foundation, I have to give a shout out for being our earliest supporter, without whom we wouldn't be here. So I think with Mission 300, we have such a huge backing from these fantastic institutions. So for you, are there particular things that you see as being, or seem to be insurmountable obstacles at this point in time, but in 5-7 years' time, we'll just accept that they are perfectly normal and acceptable things? What breakthroughs are needed to help achieve the Mission 300 goals? Would you like to take that one, Admasif?
I don't think I heard very well, so I'm going to start using this. I think it's got such a high ceiling here, I think it's swallowing up the sound. So I don't know if Alain heard, maybe.
I'll take the question. I understood that because I'm closer to you, so I can. Look, you're right. There are a number of things that people are always saying it's impossible. And then you have to just be creative and persevere. And then, when you get things done, people will follow. Success breeds success. But what seems like impossible at this point, which really we're trying to tackle, is those project development. Project development is hard. It's risky. People spending money early stage before you have the contract is tough. That's why many of the global investors, global power companies, they're leaving Africa because they don't want to risk as much money on the project development space. But we at Africa 50 and others, we have to tackle project development. We have to spend money early stage to support companies that have good ideas, that want to test the feasibility. We have to do it. And this is a process that hopefully we can scale up, and we are in the process of scaling up. I also want to say local currency. Local currency is going to be, it is a game changer, okay? Because financing large pieces of infrastructure with foreign currency, it's possible, but the FX risk is too high. So we need to figure out a way to tackle local currency. I think this is something that institutions such as Africa 50 we are doing. We are doing by mobilizing African pension funds. We launched the Africa 50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. We brought together 16 African institutional investors to back our first close at $222.8 million, $2.5 million. It's small, but it's a way to start mobilizing African institutional investors alongside global investors. It's important. So these are the kind of things that seem insurmountable, but once we do it, maybe hopefully more people will come to the party.
Thank you. Excellent point on FX there.
Yeah, Kathy, just to top up on what Alain said, I think we do have some very promising wins in our sales, not just dedicated resources that are being made available, but institutional innovations that even Africa 50 itself represents. If you go back to the turn of the millennium, when we were debating these issues in the context of liberalization and PPPs, there was no Africa 50. Today, you have a dedicated institution like them that can actually get involved early stage and take those risks on a patient basis, like he said. And some of us, of course, have also realized that debt funding is important, but it's not enough. And so we have also begun taking quasi-equity positions in projects when there have been sensitivities around gearing and there being inadequate risk capital. So we've done a combination of senior debt and quasi-equity. We've also decided that we need to also expand our toolkit, in some ways learning from what Africa 50 and others have done, by having more technical assistance and grant funding to support project developers in the early stage on a patient basis. It's not like it's free money. It'll be returnable grants if the project succeeds and it becomes reimbursable, and we rechannel it to other deserving projects. And so we have a dedicated vehicle now separate from TDB itself. It's called TDF, and we've managed to attract philanthropic partners in addition to the usual suspects who give concessional and grant funding, that is official development assistance related funding. So there's quite a bit of innovation happening even within the MDB world. Mm-hmm. I think even the way this M300 initiative has been launched, I think that the term was used this morning, many different hands together dealing with this complex challenge. And there's a lot of us who are actually very much engaged in this. I'm working very closely with the World Bank Group in addition to the African Development Bank and the Africa 50. And I'm not just saying this in terms of just general working together. We're talking about facilities and syndications and clubbing together, but also receiving very significant large-scale funding. I mean, 10 years ago, I couldn't tell you that I was a significant partner of the World Bank Group. Today, the World Bank Group has become a major partner of TDB, and we're working closely to help expand the rollout of new business models. As I mentioned earlier on, DRE, distributed renewable energy, but also mini grids, off grids. And we have clients here in Tanzania who've made good use of some of those facilities. This is long-term funding. We can go 15 years. This is for private sector SME lending, right? So if you go back 5 years ago, none of these facilities existed. So, I mean, there's real practical examples that we can point to that shows that, these big policy pushes are getting dedicated funding. Of course, in the final analysis, you need that risk appetite, right? And I think that countries do need to continue investing in creating an attractive and enabling environment. I think that was spoken about again this morning. Predictability is so important. Even though it's obvious, in reality, it's not simple, right? It's an obvious matter, but we've seen setbacks in a number of cases, and we see dramatic shocks happening in some countries. And so I think we just need to keep beating those particular drums because, you know, that's exactly the kind of thing that scares developers away, right? I've been involved in some countries where there were missing links, and you have a pay or take kind of arrangement. And so the power project that was generating the power did their part. And they're like, you were supposed to roll out the transmission line. You didn't. So it's a deemed take. And so the client had to, the sovereign actually had to pay for the power, even though the power wasn't taken. But that's an example of a sovereign that took up its responsibility the right way and realized that they were going to break the project if they didn't actually pay for the power that was not taken because there was no transmission line. And so, I mean, there's a lot of dependencies as well, and I think this is something that experience points out as being something that requires good policy, good planning, good programming to ensure that big investments don't end up, being exposed to missing links that become very, very costly.
Yes, thank you. And I think you were talking there with you about the environment that is needed for this bankability. And I think the private sector is generally good at taking risk if it's able to assess that risk. So you were talking to transparency and predictability and certainty. And those core fundamentals are really the foundations to enable the private sector to play the full role it can play. So we've talked about the unsurmountable but actually surmountable obstacles. There's no such thing as impossible. But we also can't foresee everything that may be around the corner. Are there things, tailwinds or headwinds, that sitting here today, if you had to predict something that we would say in a few years' time, oh, I didn't see that coming?
First of all, I am predicting things that we're working hard to make happen because that's what's going to change the game. I think what we're trying to do to change the game is two things. I think the most important really is to promote very hard and to support a lot more participation of African stakeholders, be it African developers, African investors, African companies, into the African power sector, because we work, of course, we're very happy to work with global institutions, global sponsors, but this continent will be developed, the investment will be driven by African stakeholders, and we need to see a lot more of that. And we're working on that, the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa. We have a special bucket too, which is there to support African developers. We also have a bucket that is supporting others. So we need to see that. And again, we're working hard to try to make sure that what really will change the game is to make sure that you have bankable utilities, off-takers that are able really to provide an off-take without government guarantees. If you have that, huge amount of money will come in. We've seen it in other regions. We will see it in Africa. So for me, we'll see it, and I'm working hard to make it happen.
Thank you.
Well, one or two things come to mind. I spoke about the supply side technology-driven dynamics, and some of those move much more quickly than you would have expected. I think on the policy side, there are some developments that appear to be in the making that might, liberalize some aspects of the financing for natural gas projects, because it's not been very easy for African countries to be able to raise financing to develop gas. I think Mozambique was lucky, and they're on a roll. Certainly Tanzania is finally catching up. Namibia, for geopolitical reasons, has managed to attract good attention, the same with Senegal and Mauritania. But I think there may be some dynamics in that space where all of a sudden a window opens for a little bit more access to long-term funding and private sector investment in areas like that. The one thing that I've also been observing with curiosity is the number of countries that are embarking on nuclear power development in the continent. There's quite a few countries that have actually signed up for that, and you hear bits and pieces around that. So I think the diversification of the mix will continue. I don't think it's going to always be in the same way we all expected, but I think in the final analysis, it will be a net positive. And I think, eventually the technologies will become so much more interesting on the renewable side that whether you have strong policy incentives or not, we'll still have a massive expansion of renewable energy. And I'm hoping that that will be the case. On the hydrology side of things, we see some big dams being developed in a number of countries. We hope climate change doesn't affect the hydrology too much. But yeah, that's also a very proven segment of reliable long-term baseload power. And we'll see a few more countries doing that. And, but I think that's more of the same kind of development. I think it's the newer stuff that's going to be capturing our attention in a few years to come.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and absolutely. I guess the panacea is the single continental energy market, the dream of the African Union. And we see concrete steps towards that and to maximizing the efficient use of the abundant energy resources that the continent's endowed with, but using those in the most efficient way to achieve the lowest cost energy for all. So with that, I think our time is up. Gentlemen, thank you very much for sharing your insights. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. A warm round of applause. Thank you so much to your panelists as well. And so, ladies and gentlemen, from a focus on the future of African energy business, turning inwards now to the question of clean cooking. As I invite my panelists to descend the stage, I know that my next set of speakers is standing by, ready to come and join us onto the stage. Introducing the moderator of the session, and that is Rashid Abdallah, Executive Director at the African Energy Commission, or AFREC. Rashid, let's give Rashid a round of applause. Thank you so much, Rashid, for being here. And joining Rashid is Peter Scott, the CEO of Burn Manufacturing. Peter, welcome. Thank you for being here. Martin Kimani, CEO of MGas, please join us up on stage, gentlemen. And Dr. Richard Muyungi, Special Envoy to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I'm going to yield the floor to Mr. Abdallah to lead the panel discussion. Sir, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think this topic of clean cooking, I keep hearing it from the morning, and this shows the importance of this topic. I heard from Adesina, I heard from Sheila, and I heard in Compact, and it is very obvious that the electricity access is take more attention in all the discussion. But people sometimes forget that, yes, we have 600 million without access to electricity, but we have 1 billion without access to the clean cooking. And I think clean cooking by number is need more attention for all of us. And just as the introduction of this discussion, in 2024, Africa is released one publication on scaling up the clean cooking and to identify the challenge. One of the, we try to move from this 1 billion without the clean electricity, but we try to identify what this costs us as Africa. And by very conservative estimation, this poverty in clean cooking costs us like 790 billion per year. This just negative externality from gender equality, climate change, and also health. In this session, we are going to discuss some aspect of the clean cooking, and I'm very happy to have with me Dr. Richard Muyungi, Special Envoy to the President of Republic of Tanzania. And also we have Mr. Peter Scott, CEO and founder of Pear Manufacturing. And also we have with me Martin Keimani, CEO of MGAS. Without further introduction, I just go directly to the question. Let me start with Mr. Peter Muyungi. We are here in the country that from the president is spearheads the clean cooking. And in just recently, Tanzania, they published their clean cooking strategy 2024 to 2034. Just as introduction, Dr. Richard, just try to tell us what's the challenge and the opportunity that you are facing in developing and implementing this strategy, and how the other African countries can benefit from your experience in Tanzania.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rashid. I'll start with the context. Why we think and why Excellence decided to come up with this strategy. You need to think and understand what lack of clean cooking means to many African countries, and in particular what that was translating into in Tanzania. So when you only have 6.9% of your population with clean cooking, this translates into about 33,000 people dying annually because of the increased use of what we call solid fuels. This translates into deforestation, which is estimated at beyond 400,000 hectares of forest annually, partially contributed for the need of charcoal and firewood. This translates into loss of time for girls, which would have been used economically, also for schooling. This translates into loss of biodiversity and land degradation. So it is because of that, Her Excellence saw that it is important to show the leadership on how we need to change the situation. And this is the reason in March last year, we were able to launch the very first national clean cooking strategy. Now, what has that done so far? And what others can learn from us? Because this is the question. One, in order to transform the systems at the national level in terms of clean cooking, the first thing, you need the highest level of political commitment. And this is what we have seen from Her Excellence, because the launch of the strategy was done by herself. And of course, therefore, this translates into actions by all ministries. So what we have learned is that, one, the highest level of political commitment is needed across the continent to be able to put in place a system which can work for others. Secondly, is coordination. Before the strategy, clean cooking was not well coordinated. But now, with the strategy, clean cooking is coordinated under the Prime Minister's office, bringing together all key stakeholders, including the private sector. So this is important. So you have a system in place which is under a single strategy which coordinates all the players. Thirdly, the engagement of the private sector. And this is very important. To address clean cooking in Tanzania would certainly require the engagement of private sector in all fronts. And we have been able, through the clean cooking strategy which we have in place, to engage key players, and some of my colleagues will be speaking about that, to ensure that clean cooking has been able to embrace everyone as a national agenda. Thirdly, it's about education, research, and innovation. We need to put in place innovative systems to ensure that you can address clean cooking based on the innovations which are critical and important for the communities you are addressing. You need to address clean cooking from a better understanding of who are engaged in clean cooking and whom you intend to serve, and their level of engagement, but also their level of understanding as well as their financial levels. This is critically important. And therefore, you can come up with innovations which target the financing approaches, different financing approaches, different systems targeting different community levels, and also being able to ensure that the networks you put in place are able to reach out. And lastly, and which I want also colleagues to learn from us, is also the participation of all partners. So it's not only the private sector in Tanzania, but working with the partners. We are now working with the World Bank, with the African Development Bank, with the EU and all partners to engage in implementing our strategy. So these are the areas, because I have 3 minutes in brief, which we think our colleagues can learn in terms of what we have been able to do, and which we believe by 2034, at least 80% of Tanzanians will move from the current systems they are using to cleaner technologies and innovations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Richard. I think you highlight very important things: political engagement, coordinations, engagement of the private sector, education, financing approach, and partner. I think this very key area, and thank you for that. My next question to the Peter Scott, and I think, as I mentioned, in 2024 we launched this publication. One of the main recommendations we have that we need to develop a basket of solution and baskets of fuel so that we can have this clean cooking facilitated for member states. So as BERN, they are doing all type of technology now in clean cooking. Tell us actually what you are doing as a BERN, and also what some of the factors influencing the adoption of certain technology.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rashid. It's an enormous pleasure to be here. This is the most exciting time in the history of clean cooking. I've been doing this for 30 years, and over the last 30 years, myself and my team, we've built the world's most successful and biggest clean cooking company, and that's called BERN. And we design and manufacture all of our products here in Africa. We have about 3,500 employees. We've made over 5 million stoves. So as Rashid was saying, Africa is very diverse. So we don't make just one product. So we make the world's most fuel-efficient wood stove and charcoal stove and ethanol stove and institutional stove and LPG stove that we partner with our friend here, with Martin. So we make a variety of stoves because every country is very different in Africa. So for example, Tanzania is the best market in the whole continent for electric stoves. Whereas in DRC, the grid is not yet developed, and so there we have to bring them the world's most fuel-efficient biomass stoves. So it's a very exciting time, and specifically I want to talk about our new electric stoves. So, people think that electric cooking is too expensive in Africa. We're actually we've rolled out tens of thousands of units of high-tech induction stoves that feature pay-as-you-go technology, IoT monitoring. And so even around this building, we have multiple customers who have they've gone from charcoal or kerosene or wood or even LPG and are now cooking with electric. So, people think that you need the grid to roll out electric cooking, which is true. But in fact, the reality is that electric cooking is going to be what's going to allow the grid to expand. In places like Kenya, we have actually spent billions of dollars rolling out the grid, but you didn't give them the ability to utilize it. And that's what electric cooking is going to do, is going to actually help the grid grow and expand. Now, interestingly, if I came here a few years ago, I would say, we don't have any money. There's no money in the sector. Now there's lots of money. There's money, and it's all standing by, and it's standing by waiting for governments to approve carbon credit regulation, which will allow carbon finance to flow. So it's a very different place. Before we would say, well, there's no funding. It's not possible. The funding is there, and what's required is the governments to execute their regulations, which will allow carbon finance to flow and carbon trading to flow. So I would love it to speak to people afterwards, if they're interested, about how we could bring a carbon finance cook stove and clean cooking project to your country. So we've rolled out this year in Nigeria, in Malawi, in Tanzania, in Ghana. It's all happening, and it's the question of which government will come to the table first to sign up with us to execute this. This last year, we've utilized about $80 million of subsidy. Next year, we'd like to do $250 million of subsidy. It literally can happen now. Please, let's talk.
Okay, thank you very much. And you said a lot, so I cannot summarize. But it is very important that Africa is different. We have different resources. We have different culture of cooking. So we need different solution. Let me go to the Martin Kimani. And I think one of the main issues on clean cooking is affordability and how the payments. And I think as you are pioneers in pay as you go, really try to summarize us how it's doing, how this will help the situation, what's the challenge you are facing, what the opportunity is there.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. I think it's been very well articulated here that we have an African crisis. The crisis is very clear. There are studies that have articulated that very well. Dr. Muyungi just gave us some more statistics about it. We are losing over 900 million people, or we have 900 million people who are exposed to polluting fuels in Africa. This, in perspective, is about 70% in the continent. If that's not a crisis, I don't know what a crisis is. So we are very clear. We are losing lives, 1,400 lives every day in the continent as a result of exposure to these polluting fuels. So question remains, where is the challenge? And as it's been said here, it's a question of affordability. The reason why most of the households in Africa are preferring to use biomass like charcoal and wood is because they cannot afford upfront the money needed to get the clean cooking accessories. It takes them $50, $70 to onboard yourself as a household into clean cooking. You must agree with me that this is a huge challenge to many households in Africa, and this is why they have been condemned to daily buying charcoal, daily buying firewood, because they cannot raise that cash up front. We've talked about it, and as MGAS, what we bring to the table is how do we execute? How do we close that gap? How do we enable households to be onboarded into clean cooking? And this is how we came up with the innovation that we use today, which is the use of an IoT-enabled smart meter, which we fix into a 13-kilo cylinder together with a cook stove, install that into a household without upfront payments, but then give the household a chance to pay as they need to cook. It's what we are now calling pay as you cook. So a family with 35 cents dollar can cook 3 meals in a day. We've just mirrored the pattern that they used to have previously, but in this case, just buying dirty fuels that are harmful to their health and damaging to the environment. So with the same amount, actually lower, they can now cook, or they can now cook using LPG. This is where our pay-as-you-cook or pay-as-you-go model is coming in to fix the gap. And the advantage with this model is its scalability. We have been able to onboard in about 3 years 500,000 households between Kenya and Tanzania. That's not a simple task, but it also shows you, to your question, the opportunities that lie when you engage this kind of financing model. 500,000 homes in Kenya, in perspective, is about 3% of the household population. And this is only within 3 years. So, and this is still together with piloting the product and putting the structures in place. So give or take, and with limited funding, we can be able to scale between 1 million and 2 million households between Kenya and Tanzania. So one of the big advantages is ability to scale and scale quickly. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I must submit to you that the crisis we are dealing with is urgent. There is no time. We need to move with speed. This model helps that scale and within a very short time. So obviously, there are challenges because we are talking about putting in assets within the households without requiring for immediate payment fast, and you allow your revenues to come in over time. That's one of the big challenges, to invest in the infrastructure, to invest in the technology. But once you overcome that hurdle, you're able to progress. Implementation.
Thank you very much. I think you are very passionate about it. And I think everyone should be passionate about this very innovative one. So I think as the time is ticking and we need to cover all the aspects here, I'm coming back to Dr. Richard, and I know that Tanzania is a champion clean cooking, not only in Tanzania, but also at the regional level and international level. So what's the opportunity of synergy between what is happening in Tanzania here and the region and as the continent, as the international? Just briefly, so that we can catch you.
I know we don't have much time, but thank you very much again, Rashid. Yes, indeed, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of Tanzania, she is the champion of clean cooking. You are right, said, and in Tanzania and across Africa and now internationally. It is important to elevate clean cooking at the highest level of politics, and therefore to get a champion to do that. And this is why Her Excellency decided that because of the importance of the issue on the continent, should take the mantle and champion that. And we have done a lot, and there is a need for that. One, it is important to ensure that there is a champion who can elevate clean cooking in terms of partnerships, ensuring that for the continent to be able to succeed in addressing clean cooking, you need to work together. This is an issue, and you said we have 950 million people that lacking clean cooking, and it translates into a lot in death, deforestation, carbon sink loss, biodiversity loss, etc. So the first thing is how you partner with others to ensure that you address this issue, and this is why you heard this morning, and President Adesina said it rightly, that Mission 300 should also include clean cooking as one of the key areas of support. And we need the 300 million by 2030 to ensure that they are part of the 950 million lacking clean cooking, having clean cooking by 2030. This was said this morning. The second area why we need this sort of elevation at the highest leadership is because we need to change policies. You can only change the way we have been doing clean cooking for the past 30 years if there will be structural policy changes at national level and also at the AU level. To see clean cooking as one of the areas which will need reforms, tax reforms at the national level, ensuring that you change the way governments address clean cooking. You need to transform how the system should work from the top level to the local level. And thirdly, you need to bring new partners. He just mentioned about the carbon markets, etc. But we need new partners in terms of innovations, in terms of technologies. There are technologies out there. We need to see what has been happening in Asia. For the last 10 years, between 2010 and 2021, the clean cooking has been increased by 5.8 in Asia, but in Africa, people lacking clean cooking have increased from 517, now we are talking about 950, about 1 billion. That has to change. How do you change that? You need leadership at the continent level, and I hope supporting our excellency will be able to achieve what we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard. Quickly, I need to go to Peter. Now you are the biggest African manufacturing for clean cooking solution.
In the world.
So, in the world also. How you make that? And how this manufacturing is become like a normal norm for each African country? Briefly, we can have like...
Sure. It's very simple. You know, we build and operate modern manufacturing around the continent, and for local or for national governments that also want us to come and build modern manufacturing in your country, it's very simple. If you sign a letter of authorization that allow for corresponding adjustments for carbon credits, the money will flow. So for example, this year we signed the letter of authorization with Malawi. The next week we signed for $20 million of investment. We're now built the factory, and now we're bringing highly subsidized, best-in-class, improved cooking devices to the people of Malawi. So it's that, and we're happy to do that, whether it's in Tanzania or Togo or DRC.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry?
No, thank you very much, because now we need to conclude.
Oh, sorry.
Before we go, maybe, this is very, very long topic, maybe we need more than time, but I need to have Martin one question. Now you have as be as you go. What's the government or the public sector need to support you in that one?
There is a lot of collaboration that is needed between private sector and the public sector. And it has been mentioned here in passing that government will play a very key role in ensuring there is regulatory support. We are talking about removal of some tariffs on the clean cooking accessories. We are talking about subsidies where necessary. We are talking about an enabling, incentivizing environment that will encourage private sector to come in and invest, so that when you're coming in and putting your money in the long term, you can see the benefit. Because like I said, to move households from dirty fuels to clean cooking requires a huge capital outlay. That's not a big deal if you can see the future. And if you can be able then to marshal all the fundings that you have been talking about, you are able to enter without having that fear or risk, and therefore we can together achieve a huge impact in this big topic of clean cooking in the continent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, the time, it is very challenging to cover this very complicated issue in Africa. But what I can take it from here, first of all, we need to have a collaboration. We need to work together, as Dr. Richard said. We need to as the public sector, to play its role to facilitate the policy, and also to facilitate local manufacturing. I think we need to have a carbon credit as a key, of course, among others. And I think by this, I can conclude this session. It is very challenging to discuss this topic in 25 minutes. But I think we get the general sense of what's the solution and what the way we all should go. And allow me, or I request the audience to give a round of applause for my panelists. And I think I conclude the session here. Thank you very much. And yeah.
Many thanks. Merci beaucoup pour ce panel des plus enrichissants.
Thank you for this very enriching panel. It is true that we have one panel after the other, but they don't resemble each other. But I realize the way you're listening, you must be extremely interested in what is being said. And in fact, there is a lot of food for thought. Now, to talk about the guarantee of risk guarantee for risk mitigation. It is a pleasure to welcome these experts, because we only have experts at this meeting, who will share with us their expertise and process on this very crucial subject. Therefore, we would like to welcome Mr. Etiopis Tafara. He's the Vice President and Chief Financial Risk, Legal and Sustainability Officer within the World Bank Group, and he will moderate this session. He's coming onto the stage and accompanied by two other eminent personalities, Mr. Constantine Z, Deputy Group CEO and Group Chief Risk Officer within the Africa Guarantee Fund, and also Mr. Chinua Azubike, who is the CEO of InfraCredit. Ladies and gentlemen, you're being asked to come up onto the stage for the next panel session. Thank you.
Bridging the risk divide, scaling private investment with enhanced de-risking solutions. I'm Etiopis Tafara, MEGA Vice President, responsible for finance, risk, legal, and sustainability. I'm pleased to be able to introduce the panelists of today's session. Ms. Rencia Fontonder, Head, Renewable Energy, Power, and Infrastructure at Standard Bank. Mr. Constant Nzi, who's Deputy Group Chief Executive Officer and Group Chief Risk Officer, African Guarantee Fund. And then we're also joined by Mr. Chinua Azubike, who is CEO of InfraCredit. Private sector participation will be critical to meet the investment needs of Mission 300 in both off-grid and on-grid energy systems. However, scaling private sector investment requires a conducive business climate, as you've heard multiple times today, and increased investor confidence. Through the energy compacts, the governments have signaled their commitment to improving and enabling environment for private sector investment and to take bold steps to build the capacity of the utility and government to put the electricity sector on the pathway to financial sustainability. Over the last year, unprecedented amounts of private capital have been committed to Mission 300, including with strong willingness to support innovative business models in both distributed renewable energy and on-grid space. However, private investors continue to be wary of the range of commercial and non-commercial risks facing energy companies in Africa. So I'm pleased today that this conversation will focus on what guarantee providers can do differently to accelerate private investment in the energy sector. With that, I'm going to turn to the first question that I'm going to address to Mr. Chinua Azubike, the CEO of InfraCredit. And I have a two-part question for you. First, InfraCredit has an impressive record of catalyzing domestic credit from pension funds and from insurance funds into traditional infrastructure projects. How is InfraCredit adapting its approach for DRE, for distributed energy companies? And second, when we were chatting earlier, you mentioned the importance of building an ecosystem to support the efficient financing of distributed energy companies. Tell us more.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here. A bit of a context, just in terms of the opportunity we see for domestic financing for DRE and essential infrastructure in Africa. The AFDB estimates that within the assets under management of the pensions, the insurance, and sovereign wealth funds and other asset managers across Africa is estimated at about $2.5 trillion. And this grows as an average rate of between 10 to 15% per annum. Now, the opportunity is mobilizing these domestic resources to finance development. And if you put it within the context of DRE, what InfraCredit has been able to achieve with the support of our development partners is de-risking renewable energy projects to raise long-term finance in local currency from the capital markets, and from these class of institutional investors. However, as we think about scale, there are two things we observe. So first is, this is a nascent asset class that requires some level of standardization in terms of how do you ensure the documents, the preparation phase of these projects meet the criteria of lenders. And this is so important that we work backwards to helping, leveraging the sort of tools and requirements that the credit providers want to enhance the capacity of the developers and the operators of these projects to ensure that they develop projects using the right set of documents. And this will significantly reduce the time cycle it takes to get to financial close. So we estimate that this should be able to reduce the time by over 70% if we standardize documentation. But more importantly is recognizing that these models operate within an ecosystem. And so when we think through the development problem, we need to think about the system that needs to also be enhanced. And this is where we look at the actors that need to coordinate from the early stage financing to long-term finance and bringing in enabling instruments that help to ensure that the de-risking is credit enhancing the project from the business model innovation to long-term access to finance and ultimately accessing capital markets on their own basis. This is the ability to rate these asset classes and enable them to raise financing with less guarantees in the future. And we've seen this happen in Nigeria, where we supported a hydro project in 2019 to issue a 15-year local currency bond. And a year and a half later, because the pension funds were comfortable with the performance, they didn't need a guarantee, and that company was able to finance without a guarantee. So this is really a journey to self-reliance, and we think about it in terms of how do we enhance the ecosystem and how do we ensure that the coordination creates a path to self-sustainability.
Thank you, Chinua. Let us now hear from Mr. Constant Z, who's the Deputy Group Chief Executive Officer at the African Guarantee Fund. Constant, local currency financing is vital to helping distributed energy companies manage foreign exchange risks and to sustainably scale up their business. African Guarantee Fund is a leader in guarantee solutions for financial institutions. How is the Africa Guarantee Fund deploying its guarantees and technical assistance resources to unlock local currency financing?
I will start with the point made by my CEO earlier about the asset available in Africa, because what we are trying to do is to see how we can make all this financing available in Africa to SMEs. So this is the reason why we are talking about de-risking, because today banks have trillions of resources sitting in the balance sheet, and these resources need to be allocated to projects that they think have a lesser risk than another project. So the main goal of African Guarantee Fund is to enhance the credit worthiness of SMEs. So the very first point is how we help banks to take an exposure on SMEs without taking the perceived high risk of the SME. So we provide this credit enhancement to banks to increase their appetite. When we do that, there is a second point coming in the picture, which is the collateral, because even if a project is bankable, a very good risk, it still needs some collateral. And collateral has a cost, because most of the point that banks or end users use to make to the guarantee use is the fees, the cost of the guarantee. But what we need to keep in mind is even when you provide a collateral, this collateral has a cost. If you provide a cash collateral, you have an arbitration between placing this cash collateral in fixed deposits, earning in local currency 4%, 5%, or using it as a collateral. So by having a guarantee which will cost you 1%, 2%, 3%, you are saving this cost of collateral. So this is the second thing that we are providing to make sure that the resources are being routed to the SMEs. And then something very important that, because we are talking about DRE, something very important that needs to be put on the table is the tracking, the accountability of green projects, because DFIs will always push to have some exposure in green fields for SMEs, but what we tend to forget when it comes to SMEs is this KPIs tracking. And the SMEs don't have the know-how to track the KPIs when it comes to green projects. So what AGF is doing differently on this specific challenge is to work on some technical assistance to have an expert, a technical expert outside the PFI and outside the SME to track these indicators and demonstrate that the financing which is being sent to SMEs is really helping to achieve the goal. So this is the main thing that we have been working on internally in terms of technical assistance, which is very important to give a kind of assurance to the DFIs, to all the donors, that your resources that you are routing to the green field is being used properly.
Thank you, Constance. Now I'd like to hear from Rensha Fontonder, who is, as I said, head of renewable energy and power and infrastructure at Standard Bank. Rensha, as Africa's largest bank, Standard Bank is an important leader in financing energy access and the energy transition. What is Standard Bank doing differently to expand financing, and what would you like to see more of from guarantee providers?
Thanks. Sorry, it seems like... Can you hear me now? Perfect. So, thanks for the opportunity to be part of this discussion today. I think it's an important question, and maybe just for clarity, many of you may not know Standard Bank per se, but we also operate in some countries as Stanbic Bank, like in Tanzania. So for us, it's more about a partnership opportunity. Our clients range from smaller scale clients in the SME sector up to large scale projects. And we focus mostly at the moment in Africa around energy access, linking that into larger scale projects. When we look at the different type of opportunities, and this is where commercial banks are to a certain extent critical, but also important to partner with DFIs and guarantee providers. I believe that you can leverage what we can do as a commercial bank 3, 4, 5 times if you find the right balance in terms of the type of guarantees and the need that is out there. We look at, for example, when you look at solar home systems versus mini-grids versus IPPs selling into utilities versus what we see now being developed in the continent, traders, aggregation, the need for the type of finance and the risk allocation very different. So for example, when you look at the solar home system, we've done some of these portfolio plays, specifically in Kenya, and our role was very limited to local currency finance in country through the balance sheet that we do have available, supporting the DFIs at that point in time. However, it hasn't been that significant in terms of scaling up the rollout and financing of that play. And I think that's where we need to work smartly. When you look at mini-grids, we haven't done much. And I think part of the challenge really is around how do you address payment risk? How do you address the ability where you don't have a cornerstone off-taker and find that commercial bankability around that? I don't want to discuss too much around IPPs because I think the ones that has been very successful, there has been really good support from the risk providers and guarantee partnerships between banks like ourselves. And I think what we need to do there is probably find that balance between how do we get more bankable projects into that pipeline? Because there's so many opportunities. We find that sometimes it's a stop-start, and you end up trying to address a risk that a developer or a sponsor should take that a commercial bank shouldn't take. The one part that I do see where we see more and more development, and maybe it's as we see a liberalized market being adopted through an open market system in the markets we operate, with South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and Kenya being the leaders, is where we introduce traders. And I think a good example is how do we find the right risk allocation and be able to fund that with the right partners. We've recently closed a transaction in Zambia with Africa Green Co, and we didn't have any risk mitigation in terms of a guarantee structure, but we had the ability to finance that to be able to fast track the business case around something like a trader. What we've also done, and we're busy with some of those transactions in South Africa, is where we have the introduction of traders, and the need is very different. You need a first loss, you need a liquidity buffer, you need risk mitigation through a whole different range of risk parameters. And I think what I would like to see more of is closer alignment in terms of those specific needs and how do we address those risks.
Thank you, Rensha. And I have to say, the insights you're sharing of the role that guarantees play in mobilizing private investment resonate with me from a MIGA perspective. You may know, and many of you may know, that President Banga called for the creation of a World Bank Group platform that brings together all of the guarantee products and guarantee experts within the World Bank Group under one umbrella. The purpose of which was two or threefold. One, just to make it simpler to navigate the system, the World Bank Group system. So you had one-stop shop for all guarantees. You would know where to go, and you would be coming to MIGA. But also to streamline the execution and diligence process and to make it more or less uniform across the World Bank Group, irrespective of whether or not it's a bank guarantee, an IFC guarantee, or a MIGA guarantee, the three institutions that fall under the MIGA umbrella. But for me, I think the most important aspect of this guarantee platform is our ability now to bring various guarantee products together, right? So we've done it in the past, it was much more ad hoc, but now we can bring our non-commercial risk guarantees together with credit risk guarantees in support of a project and do that systematically. And I think what we'll find is that we're able to grow the pie of projects that we do by virtue of that combination. But also bringing the experts under one roof allows us to start thinking about innovation, right? So we're now in the throes of thinking through providing a portfolio cover. You know, many of you know that MIGA historically provides its cover on a project-by-project basis, and we've been very good at that and very successful at that. We've had a number of investors come to say to us, listen, I have a portfolio of projects. Can you provide a cover for that entire portfolio? And if you do, that will help me do more. So we're thinking, you know, do we know how to identify the risk, manage that risk, price that risk, and we think we will be able to do that in relatively short order. And then, of course, we're also thinking about the application of liquidity solutions and payment guarantees and approaches to mitigate what we've seen in many projects, which is the regulatory uncertainty, what that results in terms of liquidity. And then we have the benefit of blending. We have the IDA PSW, so the private sector window under IDA, which we use to actually manage the cost of our guarantees. But we also have a couple of trust funds, one supported by the Japanese and Norwegians for renewable energy that we use to actually bring down the price of our guarantees. And then finally, we also have a trust fund to help with the technical assistance around much of what needs to be managed in a project around environmental and social issues and integrity issues. Before we wrap up here, I wanted to do one more round of questions to hear from each of you what you think the biggest challenge is in scaling financing towards energy access and how you plan to address that challenge from your perspective. And maybe this time around we'll go in the other order and we'll start with you, Rensha.
Thanks. I think it has been said quite a lot today, and I want to emphasize it again. If we got clear policies accepted and adopted with a commitment from governments to be able to fast-track that and execute, we will have more bankable projects and more appetite to fund. And I think we as lenders are certainly key to be able to address that, and we're keen to do that.
Thank you. Chinua?
Yeah, so, when we take an asset class like the DRE, which is estimated to be a pathway to electrifying most Africans that are unserved today, what we find is that we need to understand bankability from resource standpoint in terms of working backwards to understanding what lenders want, but also knowledge exchange and building capacity to ensure that those are built, integrated into as tools into how projects are prepared. And I think that knowledge exchange can be replicated and expanded, so you don't have to essentially go through the same whole cycle that it will take. For example, in Nigeria, if we've proven that you could standardize through these models and enable aggregation and scale. And this is what we're doing, at InfraCredit, sort of using these tools to develop standards and processes that can help the development cycle of projects to come in a form that lenders are willing to support. And I believe that through this approach, we can leverage the other support system that could come from for the technical assistance or for the form of blending, but that we can replicate these solutions across other markets, because it's really the same pain points that developers are struggling with across the continent when it comes to these business model and asset class.
Thank you, Chinua. Constance, you get the last word.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. So for me, the main challenge is what you rightly describe within the bank. Because you mentioned that within the bank, what you have been trying to do is to put everything on the same platform and make sure that it is deployed on an optimal manner. So this is a work you have been doing very well within the bank. But from where we are sitting as another player, we think that if we want to be optimal or efficient in deploying these resources to the private sector, we need to have this one team, not within the World Bank or the African Development Bank, but across all players. Make sure that if there is one solution which is already being deployed by one player, this player has to deploy this solution and not start having many players deploying the same solution. We talk about guarantee. We have to identify which is the proper guarantee fund in this sector to deploy this activity. We are talking about technical assistance. We need to find the right player to deploy the technical assistance and so on. And by doing that, we know that we are talking with one voice and will be more optimal to deploy the resources.
Thank you, Constance. So for me, 2 or 3 takeaways from this conversation. One around project preparation and the role that standardization of documents can play when it comes to facilitating project preparation and bankability of projects. Also, another takeaway is the role that guarantees can play in what I call the demonstration effect. So, you support a project with a guarantee, and if that project proves to be successful, it may make the guarantee unnecessary in the future. Indeed, I expect it would. And you have players that are then able to access the markets, capital markets, more easily, having demonstrated by virtue of the support we provided them with a guarantee that they're worth the bet. Another takeaway on guarantees as a complement to what I will call asset-based lending, based on what you were saying, Constant, right? Where collateral tends to play a big role in the decisions that banks make and whether or not to lend. With a guarantee, you might be able to actually compensate for the inability to provide collateral, and again, use that as a means of doing lending slightly differently than has been traditionally the case. My final takeaway is the importance of collaboration. We've had a conversation in the back, and you've heard it here. We think it's very important that we grow the pie of development projects and not compete with one another over the existing pie of projects, right? And as Constant was saying, and I think my other colleagues were saying, figuring out what the right division of labor is amongst us, right? Who's best placed to take on a particular aspect of a project and have that entity, organization, take on that role and find a complementary role to play. I think collaboration is going to be far better for growing the pie of development projects as opposed to competition. But with that, if you could give a round of applause to our panelists. And I think we've gained 5 minutes of time. So with that, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do a better round of applause. I know it is late in the afternoon, but that was a riveting conversation. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I do see that there is a request for a photo. I think that photo has been taken. All is well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. We have just one final rapid panel discussion that is left to go on our program, after which we are going to hear some closing comments from Dr. Kafulila, who of course is the Executive Director for Public-Private Partnerships in the Ministry of Finance here in Tanzania. But before we get there, the final conversation is set to really then zoom in on private sector participation in transmission. Now, I want to do a quick check in the room to see if my panelists are with me. The moderator of the session is Mutale Mukuka. Mr. Mutale Mukuka, let me have it. Are you in the room with us? Thank you very much. He's here. He is the CFO, rather, of the Copperbelt Energy Corporation, CEC. Joining him on stage is Chris Flavin, the acting CEO of Gridworks. Chris, thank you so much for being here. And closing up the panel is John Mativo. John, welcome. And John is the Managing Director and CEO of Ketraco. So I have two gentlemen on stage, and I believe that our third gentleman will be joining us shortly. And he'll be joining us on stage. Thank you very much. So we're all complete. Mr. Mukuka, I'm going to hand over the floor to you. You have the hardest job today with the final panel of the afternoon, but I don't doubt that it's going to be a robust conversation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I guess it's evening now. Good evening, everyone. So,
good evening.
We've got an easy one here. I've got experts to help unpack the topic that we have. I think half the time in the sector, we have a small subsector, which is the transmission segment, which is highly neglected from an investment perspective, from a regulatory perspective. And more often than not, we see that this subsector is often seen to be a public sector-led investments in there. However, over the last couple of years, a number of initiatives have allowed this subsector to change or transform in its own. So what you see is that whether you're looking at it from a west, east, or SAP perspective, you see that there are regional groupings that are coming up with utilities forming their associations, and that in itself is putting pressure on integration of transmission grids of the respective countries. The second issue is that there is a push for the integration of intermittent supply, which is the renewables, whether it's solar, whether it's wind, and so on. Now, that in itself, again, from a technical perspective, investment perspective, requires a different form of and aggressive investment. But coupled with that, we see a couple of challenges. One of the challenges is that this sector is seen to be public-driven, and therefore, half the time, ourselves, the consumers, see this as a public good, and therefore do not want to pay a commensurate tariff that is there. We also have, in the respective countries, we have currency mismatch with the borrowing currencies that are there. But we also have not seen a lot of private sector injection of financing. Now, with a target of 300 million people that we need to connect, it means that we need to allow for private sector financing to come in and essentially go alongside the public financing that is there to activate some of these interconnections that are there with the regional interconnection, as well as the new build. And to have this conversation, I've got Chris and John, who are experts in this field. Chris is the CEO of Gridworks. I've got John. John is the CEO of Traore. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Mitali, and thank you very much.
Good evening.
Okay. Sure. So the first question, maybe I'll push it to John. John, what is the role of the private sector in transmission? Do you see the private sector having more of a role now that we need to spend so much money in transmission, in infrastructure, and how do you see it playing out? How can they participate?
Thank you for that. First, let me appreciate the host, Tanzania, for this opportunity. And specifically, I want to speak all those my brothers and sisters in TANESCO. In December, we energized the Kenya-Tanzania interconnector. So Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania are connected, actually the same harmonized frequency. So we are interconnected, so that's something to celebrate. But back to your question, mission 300 million. It's a big one. What is the space there? I was just doing quick mathematics, breaking down the work there, then I'll come back to Kenya in terms of opportunities. Basically, the world has 8 billion people, 7 million kilometers of transmission line, 110 kilometers of distribution lines. Use the same ratio with Africa expecting to connect 300 million people. You're basically talking about close to 4 million kilometers of distribution lines that need to be put in place and almost 250,000 kilometers of transmission. So there's a lot of work to be done. But even if you assume that half the people will be served either using solar, isolated off-grid solutions, or if it's densification of existing transformers, you're basically talking about anything close to 2 million kilometers of distribution and anything like 150 kilometers of transmission. Now, look at those numbers. For those of us who don't know the number of transmission lines in sub-Saharan Africa, that's close to what we have. So there's a lot of work to be done to get the infrastructure that needs to meet this target. And you only have, let me say, 6 years to meet the targets. So let me look at Traore's perspective, and I believe most African countries, as the moderator said, transmission infrastructure has been basically the national government borrowing from development partners, then on granting the money to the utility company like Traore. We build, the government uses its own resources, taxes, to pay for what is borrowed. Then maybe we get a tariff on operation maintenance. But we have actually seen as Traore, if you look at the volume of work that is on top of, in front of me, especially as MD, that model cannot continue to be sustainable. I cannot continue doing all projects through government borrowing only and on granting it myself. And that's why we've opened up the space for PPP. Traore assumes anything close to 10-15% of our projects, when we do our cost-benefit analysis, can safely be done by private sector, being able to bring projects that can actually bring benefits that can be accrued at the public in the end, whether there is a tariff increase. But when we look at it in terms of reduction in terms of losses or increasing of consumption, which goes back to increasing sales, there's a benefit at the end. So that's the direction we're going. Private sector coming on board. In Kenya, I believe for Africa to meet these targets, there's no way the model of government borrowing can work alone. It has to be a joint partnership with the private sector. Thank you, moderator.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, John. Coming to you, Chris, you are playing in sub-Saharan Africa as a whole. I guess you've seen that some countries have made reforms. Some countries are better today than others. Some regional associations are better than others. Could you just give us some insight as to what you're seeing on the continent? Which countries and which regions are favored today based on where they are? what would you want to see different in those countries that are lagging behind in terms of investment in transmission?
Sure. So, look, first of all, I want to say that I think it's possible to do private sector transmission projects in most countries on the continent. I think there's often a lot of discussion about creating enabling environments and creating transmission regulations and so on and so forth. And this is very important work, but most countries on the continent have an Electricity Act and or a PPP Act that are at least permissive of private sector investment. So this can work most places, particularly most countries that have already used private capital in the generation sector, because we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. We have bankable structures, implementation agreements, government support arrangements that work for the generation sector that can also be used for the transmission sector. Now that said, there are clearly countries that have made more progress in this area in the last 4 or 5 years, which is the period of time in which GridWorks has been established. When GridWorks was established in 2019, there were, I think, probably only a couple of countries, maybe 2 or 3 on the continent, who had made a sort of a public policy decision to use private sector capital in the mix to fund transmission. One of them was Uganda, where we're in the process of having a transmission project licensed at the moment at GridWorks. Another was Kenya, where John has been working with the private sector on some projects there which will serve as pilots. We're also seeing some material developments in the SAP region at the moment. GridWorks is working on the Chimura-Nakala project, which is just under 500 kilometers of 400 kV line and associated substations. This is a very material, privately financed project that will reinforce the connection between the central grid in Mozambique and the north. And, I mean, Mutali, the market that you are focused on, Zambia, is a very dynamic market at the moment. There's a lot going on there. And clearly South Africa is planning a programmatic approach to transmission as well, and will try and replicate the benefits of the REAP process there for renewables in the transmission space. So we are seeing a lot of countries really focusing on this. Morocco deserves a mention as well. There's a large HVDC project under development there. And there's a growing trend because, as John said, governments can't continue to carry the cost of developing this sector on their balance sheets. It's a very material cost, and there isn't sufficient headroom to do this any other way. So, look, it's a very dynamic market at the moment, and we think this is going to be a very material growth area. It's certainly something that GridWorks is focusing on at the moment.
Thank you, Chris. I guess going back to you, John, looking at it from a government and utilities perspective, what do you see as being the sort of opportunities and benefits of them introducing private sector financing in the respective countries to fund the transmission infrastructure?
I guess one of the benefits I could just run with is maybe two main benefits because of time. One of them is definitely the ability for government to run everything else at balance sheet, which I've said. This helps me to meet our targets in terms of transmission master plan, meet all the targets that we're coming to. But I wanted to stress more in terms of the efficiency that private sector needs to bring on board and should be bring on board based on the PPP Act. So basically, whether it's time efficiency, technology efficiency, to be able to ensure that projects, and again, ensure these projects accrue benefits that can actually be felt by the public faster than it should be. Let me give a good example, whether we talk about the Kenya-Ethiopia line, which, because of various reasons, especially government financing, we finish anything between 4 and 5 years later than expected, than what was the initial EPC timeline. Thinking about if we had private sector who could take the project, and you see how much savings Kenya is getting in terms of, because of buying cheaper power from Ethiopia, we are making actually cost of power in Kenya is cheaper because of that additional benefit that comes into that. So efficiency from private sector, and I'll just pick one example, finishing projects on time, they're supposed to, otherwise they don't get paid for it because it's performance-based payment is one of the best benefits that comes to the whole thing. So helps the government make quick decisions, helps me meet my targets, and again, the efficiency that comes on board. So briefly, I'll say that.
Thank you. So, Chris, I guess coming back to you, if we look at the landscape, right? One of the key issues is what sort of models can be used by the private sector to invest their capital in ITP. Now, what do you see as the key challenges as it relates to regulation and some of the financing sort of risks that you see, whether it's the cost of capital, the structuring, the risk allocation, and how can we overcome those based on the models that you've seen operating in the continent?
So I'll go back to how I started my previous answer, that a lot of the thinking on this can be replicated from the IPP sector if we are moving ahead with sort of narrow PPPs, ITPs, IPTs, whatever you want to call them. You have a simple offtake agreement with the utility, and you have some government support arrangements. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel with this. There are risk mitigation tools available already for other forms of infrastructure in Africa, including liquidity support instruments from people like ATIDI, political risk insurance. I see the MEGA team sitting in the room. We've got standard practice in all of these markets on government support arrangements. So the experience of GridWorks so far has been that when we get projects towards financial close, there is no lack of capital that's very interested in financing them. We have long-term debt and long-term equity available for infrastructure projects in Africa. The gap that we see is at the front end. It's project development. It's risk capital to develop projects. Transmission is very capital intensive, but developing transmission projects is very expensive as well. Projects, sort of, $300 or $400 million projects cost $10 to $15 million to develop. And there isn't a lot of suitable funding available to cover that. A lot of the sort of development facilities that are available for the African energy sector at the moment were designed around sort of smaller scale renewables projects. So they don't really fit larger projects like this. So I think that's the key area, and that's where the development finance community, I think, could focus more resources to unlock more of these projects.
Thank you. I guess we have a few minutes to go. Maybe we can have one question each. And coming back to you, John, maybe you might want to just give a highlight of how we can enhance collaboration between the private sector and public sector. What are the three things that should be taken into account to build stronger partnership between the governments, the utilities, the regulators, and the private sector who are injecting capital in these projects?
Thank you. I think once a country has developed the right PPP framework, especially the regulations and the Act and all guidelines that are there, then whether it's the Energy Act, for example, in Kenya, but I believe in other places, has a framework in terms of onboarding private sector players to come on board. So the Act, the laws are very clear in terms of how private player comes on board. I think the next thing is to focus in terms of how do we get especially the government side to have the capacities and the skills that are necessary. And here people have to work together. The other one is to develop documents, because one of the things right now, preparing project agreement with Africa 50, and it's taken longer to develop the whole thing. And if there's a way to have standardized documents, will make things much faster to move forward. Then the whole issue in terms of being able to, because the biggest risk in terms of transmission line, one of them is definitely the issue of right of way, the way leaves. If we can find a solution in terms of how they can be got early and acquired, even if it's going to be paid through the project later, but at least that ensures that is taken care of. Issues of liquidated payments, liquidated support to ensure there is in the utility companies that especially are collecting money from the consumers, they have enough resources to be able to pay. I know that's one of the debates. I know there is a TD and MEGA we talked about. I think we're still debating in terms of how to have either 2 months worth of payment available, some cash support. So basically seen in terms of how government, private sector and development partners can come and ensure that at least the first set of PPP projects in Africa transmission lines will be made easier to develop as we go forward. Then the other thing is definitely
how do we communicate this information to the public? That they're critical factors if it's not well handled. This is something that Africa, most people are still have not absorbed what a private sector player will be doing in transmission infrastructure. So that's something that we can work on, I believe, all of us together, and make it much easier to implement future projects. Thank you.
Thank you. A quick one for you, Chris. Innovation is a key word in anything. How can we be innovative? How can we think outside the box from a financing perspective? And what financial instruments are out there for the investors who are here? What should they look at? Should they just limit themselves to the traditional financing that we see? Or are there other instruments that they should be looking at to finance transmission infrastructure? Under 1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes. I'll try and be very quick. I'm not sure if this is innovation because it's probably going back to the tried and tested from other markets. In most places in the world where major grid extensions, major grid projects have happened, in places that have close to 100% access now in Europe and North America, a lot of the heavy lifting was done by governments and then a lot of the time by PPPs, so governments in coordination with the private sector. In Africa at the moment, we seem to be trying these two polar opposite models. You've got the tried and tested public sector financing routes, loans from MDBs, government resources, and then some projects, a small number of projects, they're sort of tossed to the private sector and they say, sort of have at it and see if you can do this without any subsidy. The very obvious way to do this is for the scarce public sector funding that requires government support to be spread around a number of projects to deal with viability gaps in them and then to leverage private finance, so that if there's $100 million available, $200 million, instead of doing one project of concessionary money, instead of doing one project, you use it to deal with a viability gap on 7 or 8 projects that are then funded with the private sector. I think that's the way to do the big heavy lift on the continent. The trick is going to be how you do this with the appropriate governance and the appropriate process from a procurement perspective when you're using this sort of public funding, because there's a risk that it could take a very long time to do these things programmatically.
Thank you, gentlemen. I guess a quick summary there is that we need the private sector financing in transmission. We need, from a government perspective, to ensure that we put in place the right framework from a regulatory perspective. We need to have the right ahead risk allocation between the investors, the government, and the utilities. There is no way that we are going to achieve the 300 million access to electricity if we do not find a way of attracting private sector financing in transmission as well. More importantly, I think we need to ensure that we have reliable transmission networks that will allow for the supply of reliable and efficient power. But we need to be ready to support the transition, energy transition that is there. With that, Adu, please allow. You can clap for my experts here. I think they've done a good job. We've got John and Chris. This is the last session, I guess. Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll invite there you are. Thank you.
Oui, je suis là également pour vous remercier d'avoir.
I would like to thank you for sharing your views during this panel. It is now time to conclude our day, and to do that, we have the honor to get Dr. David Kafula, the Executive Director of PPPs, Ministry of Finance in Republic of Tanzania. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, to our panelists and our moderator.
Good evening. Yes, distinguished panelists, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is my pleasure and honor to have this opportunity to address this very strategic conference after having almost all the sessions for today. Mine is just to summarize and, of course, to put things together according to what we have been discussing, either from the perspective of panelists, but also from the general observation. As an executive director for public-private partnership, I have something to share. First of all, the Mission 300 is not just and it should not be just a goal, but it has to be something to have in action. But again, this kind of ambitious projection of creating access to electricity for more than around 300 million people, it needs very strategic interventions. But from the perspective of panelists, you can all agree that achieving this ambitious goal takes more than government alone to strategize and achieve. So it is from that perspective that the panelists who have been discussing issues around power transmission line by using private sector have concluded that it is inevitable. I mean, private sector engagement is inevitable, that we must engage private sector to make sure that we achieve this ambitious goal and making this dream sustainable, practical, and achievable. This can be noted from the numbers and the size of our economies as a continent. For instance, to date, according to IMF data, the ratio of debt to GDP for Tanzania is around 47%. For Kenya is around 70%. Rwanda 71%. Malawi is around 84%. The whole continent of Africa is subjected to debt distress. The ratio of the GDP of the whole continent to debt to GDP of the whole continent is around 67%. So this calls for more alternative financing to achieve such strategic projects like power transmission. So in a nutshell, we need to align almost every stakeholders, every players in making sure that we mobilize resources to implement such massive investment in power transmission and of course even generation. Because when we are talking access to electricity, we are talking about increasing generation, but also increasing transmission, increasing connectivity. So in order to achieve this ambitious goal, we need to align with all players. And there are multiple players because there are multiple interventions. I mean, resolving issues around power transmission, generation, involve multiple interventions from generation, from project planning to the project execution, from transmission to generation, generation to transmission. So there are multiple players involved. We need government to align with the private sector interests. We need the government and the private sector to align with the lenders' interests. We need the government, lenders, and private sector to align with the civil society interests, because it is the role of civil society to make sure that the general society in Africa achieve equity and inclusive energy access. So we need connectivity to around 300 million people, but this connectivity must go together with inclusiveness. So we need to make sure that we strategize in a way that all the players, from financials, civil society, private sector, all are aligned to make sure that we achieve this ambitious goal. Because one of the critical challenges that we are facing is misalignment among the key players. So in doing so, we need to undertake some major reforms in making sure that the policy and legal and regulatory frameworks are in line with the interest of those key and major players. In Tanzania, for instance, we amended our law, the PPP Act, in 2023. And the Act now is providing some key elements to make sure that we have the framework which is competitive, to make sure that no investor can fail to decide investing simply because of the weakness in our framework. Our framework provides government guarantees. Our framework provides viability gap funding, that in case maybe the project is not commercially viable but economically is viable, the law provides viability gap funding to support investors. But the law provides room for international arbitrations, which was not there before the amendment. And the law provides establishment of special purpose vehicle for the sake of transparency and accountability. So after having done all these amendments in our legal framework, we have seen the mushrooming of investors' interest to invest in our country, especially in this sector. Why? It's because of the friendly and competitive legal and regulatory framework. The only challenge so far, which we are trying to address, and this has been, and this is in the desk of TANESCO, is an issue of making alignment between the Energy Act, which limits private sector to undertake transmission. So we hope that soon we'll amend the Act to allow private investor to undertake, to be engaged in power transmission. So ladies and gentlemen, this ambition of 300 million people connected by 2030, it should be not, we must make it not a goal to achieve in 5 years, but we have to put action plan in place to make sure that we achieve systematically, step by step, and each country is assessed according to what we have agreed. Maybe by making this one, we can achieve this ambitious goal in a holistic manner. Because some countries might achieve, while some countries might be left behind, which is not the case, which is not the target of this conference. The purpose of this conference is to make sure that as a continent, we grow together. As a continent, we achieve this ambitious goal together. It is practical, it is possible, but it needs strategies, it needs establishment of mechanism to make sure that we get it done in a framework, in the time provided, which is 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, and dear panelists, the way forward is so clear that we need to harmonize the efforts. By harmonization of efforts, it means to harmonize efforts of all actors, all players. We have to harmonize the efforts of lenders, private company, government institutions, utility institutions, of course, the whole government in general. We have to harmonize the civil society efforts. We have to harmonize all the key players' interests and focus to make sure that we achieve the bankable projects. We achieve the projects which can make this continent achieving what we have decided by 2030, which is connecting around 300 million people by 2030. But again, we need to mobilize catalytic funding, because one of the challenges we are facing as a continent is project preparation. But through catalytic fund, we can access funds for project preparations. In PPP, for instance, it is estimated that the project cost around 2% of the, preparation cost around 3 to 5% of the project cost. So this means if you are targeting to mobilize, for instance, $9 billion PPP projects like what we are planning as a nation, as Tanzania, it means you need more than 480 million in 5 years to attain such ambitious goal. So given the pressure in our balance sheet in so many countries, as I've just mentioned for few, on the ratio of debt to GDP, given the ratio of debt to GDP as a continent which is at more than 67%, it means we need some interventions, especially by achieving funds from either blended financing model or institutional investors or any kind of catalytic funds to make sure that we achieve this strategic goal. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that your stay from the morning to this evening has made a great change in your mind. You are not the way you entered during the morning. Thank you and have a good evening.
A very big thank you to Mr. David Kafulila as he gives us his closing remarks and reminds us that the way forward is so clear. Thank you for the reminder that it is going to take coordination and harmonization, strategies, and more importantly, sir, it's going to take action. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we close, allow me just to make a few logistical announcements in relation to our dinner plans this evening. We are going to be invited, and we are all invited to the reception, which starts at 1900 hours. The reception is taking place at the exact same place where we had lunch earlier on today, and that starts from 1900 hours. And then, more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, the starting time for tomorrow. Now, remembering that tomorrow we have our heads of state in presence, and as a result, access and security is going to be a lot tighter and a lot more robust. And so we're inviting all our delegates to, firstly, make sure that you are seated by 8 a.m. at the very latest. We will be serving coffee and enabling networking from as early as 6:30. So you can come from as early as 6:30, but by 8 a.m., we request that everybody is seated so that we might receive our heads of state. Anybody who tries to access this venue after 8 will unfortunately not make it in. And so we want to make sure that everybody gets this message so that they can be a part of our conversations tomorrow. The final thing that I'm going to say before I hand over to Marie-Angèle, where she's going to give us a little flyover over the program tomorrow, is to thank you very much for those who are in the room. Thank you for staying in the room throughout the day, but also for everybody who's joining us online. Thank you for remaining connected with us and being a part of our conversation. My name is Nozipho Shabalala, and it's been an absolute privilege. Marie-Angèle, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nozipho. Alors, mesdames et messieurs.
So, ladies and gentlemen, like she has said, I'm going to give you a foretaste of tomorrow's day on energy on Africa. So we will be starting, like she said, with an official closing ceremony. High-level remarks of the heads of states and governments will be there, and other international leaders will be sharing their vision for the energy future in Africa. There will be key panelists that will be addressing this essential theme, and heads of states will also be presenting their commitments, because there will be commitments to ensure universal access to electricity. So the day will also be characterized by the signature of the Dar es Salaam Energy Declaration, and then we have a roadmap to transform these ambitions to concrete results. So brace for a rich, impactful day. Thank you very much for your kind attention, your presence, and see you tomorrow with all the energy that you displayed today. Thank you very much, and I'm sure you are looking forward to this evening's dinner. Thank you very much.
Huwezi kuwa DJ kama huwezi kwenye watu wa Singeli huu wimbo hawakawai kuubadilisha. Watu wa Singeli watu wa ajabu. Huu wimbo hawakawai namleta. Gongo gongo raisi. Gege namleta. Baba raisi. Gege namleta. Gege raisi. Gege namleta. Raisi. Mama Samia huyo. Mama Samia huyo. Hadi wale unajua watu wa Singeli wanaweza wakamtaja rais kama vile labda ni mama fulani hivi huko mtaani. Ndio hapo. Baba yetu asili. Namleta rais. Namleta mwenye kiti na weka mashati juu. Weka shati juu. Weka shati juu. Baba. Weka. Weka tena. Namleta. Weka tena. Lete baba. Namleta. Weka wewe.
Miaka 65 ya rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. Kuna kitu kimoja hapo kwenye miaka 65. Kumsifia Madam President sio uchawa. Hapana. Uchawa ni kuzungumza vitu ambavyo havipo.
Hajavifanya.
Yes.
Afu wewe unamshikilia.
Ukaja ukasema kwamba Madam President amepeleka bahari Dodoma. Jamani.
Kwa kweli.
Tutakwambia huo ndio uchawa. Ukisimama hapa na kusema kwamba Madam President amekamilisha ujenzi wa SGR na sasa tayari kipande cha kutoka Dar to Dodoma kiko kwenye operation, huo sio uchawa. Ukisema kuna bwawa la Mwalimu Nyerere, kuna mkutano wa nishati hapa. Bwawa la Mwalimu Nyerere limekamilika na tayari tumeanza kupata matunda ya kukamilika kwa project. Hakunaga uchawa wa hivyo.
Na Adela, sio uchawa kama utazungumzia namna ambavyo Mheshimiwa Rais amelimalizia daraja la Busisi kuunganisha Mwanza na Sengerema. Huo sio uchawa, ni kuelezea yale ambayo yeye ameyafanya. Sio uchawa hata kidogo kwa kumwelezea Mheshimiwa Rais kwamba amejenga nyumba pale mji wa Mtumba Dodoma. Nyumba za kisasa kabisa.
Sio uchawa.
Sio uchawa kabisa. Watu wasiunganishe uchawa na uhalisia.
Uchawa ni kuweka sifa ambazo hazipo.
Sio kuongeza chumvi. Sifa ya uchawa ni kuongeza chumvi, lakini kama mtu amefanya, na Oscar amezungumza hapa, rais amejenga SGR, watu wanasema ili ameikuta iko asilimia ngapi? Ameweka nguvu kiasi gani kuweza kuimalizia mpaka hapo ambapo leo hii tunapanda. Tumemwambia ilikuwa sio asilimia 23, sio asilimia ngapi? Watu bado wanafyeka mapoli. Lakini yeye kapitisha reli mpaka imefanya kazi. Bwawa la Mwalimu Nyerere la matrilioni ya pesa amelikuta liko asilimia chache, lakini kakomaa mama wa watu kaweza kupambana mpaka limekwisha. Ndio maana sisi hatuoni kama ni uchawa kuyazungumza yale ambayo ameyafanya. Na mimi nikwambie Oscar, na Adela pamoja na Edo, mimi nina project inaitwa Mama Hana Deni. Kwenye baadhi ya vitu ambavyo ameshavifanya hana deni, na tutasafiri wote. Hiyo nimeambia, nilikuwa nataka niwape kama surprise, lakini leo kwa sababu Oscar amezungumza, tutasafiri wote. Inaitwa Mama Hana Deni. Na wahakikishia kuyasema yaliyotendwa ni kuwa na shukurani,
sio kosa.
Kuna watu wengine wanazungumza hivi tunamshukuru rais kwa kuleta daraja Busisi wapi na la kutunganisha Mwanza na Sengerema. Yani kwa sababu zipi? Kwani hizo ni siara za Watanzania? Ni kweli, lakini kupata kiongozi ambaye kichwa kiko smart akaweza kusimamia mpaka mradi ukaisha, hiyo lazima useme.
Kwa mfano leo kuna magari mengi sana mapya ya jeshi la polisi.
ukizungumzia tu kwamba angalia magari mapya ya jeshi la polisi, serikali imefanya kazi nzuri, unasikia ni uchawa. Hizo ni kodi zetu, kwani sisi tutakuwa tufanyiwe?
Kama tunasikiliza wanaokosoa maeneo ambayo yana utendaji mbovu wa serikali, tuwasikilize pia wanaopongeza maeneo ambayo kuna utendaji mzuri wa serikali, kwa sababu ndio mizania waliosema demokrasia ni wengi wape na wachache wasikilizwe. Hawakusema kwa bahati mbaya. Kwa hiyo tukubaliane, tusikilize ukosoaji ambao unaonyesha baadhi ya maeneo ambayo serikali haijafanya vizuri. Tusikilize vizuri na tusikilize pia wanaopongeza baadhi ya maeneo ambayo serikali imefanya vizuri.
Adela, kuwa tu kiongozi haitoshi kuweza kufanikisha haya ambao wameyafanya Mheshimiwa Rais. Lazima uwe na karma hiyo, lazima Mwenyezi Mungu akupe nguvu hiyo, lazima Mwenyezi Mungu akupe nguvu ya kuchagua